Okay, testing myself. I
Did
don't
you
know
make it?
why my mouse. So who remembers what you guys fucked up last time?
Graya punched a leprechaun to death. And some other things happened.
What other things are those? You remember what happened at the very end that I forgot that I had to look up prior to doing this?
Well, we did investigate a reported haunting for a dwarven couple, I believe, who, as it turned out, were cursed um, by an insidious, unknown uh, lineage curse that causes their heads to detach from their bodies and seek out people to murder at night. We hijacked them and dumped them in a priest's main room at a temple and told him it was his problem. Except one of us had to help fill out some paperwork. And I believe you said it was successful?
Both of them were
Because
successful, yes.
that's my recollection.
You go have a hero point that you won't spend.
I mean, who knows? Things might get hairy.
So last I checked, you guys went back to the inn. So what are your plans for whenever you wake up?
Did we get paid for,
Yeah, we need to resolve what's happening with those dwarves.
Yep.
I also need to hit up the town registry so I can get my proof of office back, as well as do some more research on Scartoli and company with what's available in the public archive.
How about everyone else? Because I know one thing. Actually, I guess Abner doesn't need to clean his gun since he never shot one. So, one thing that somebody needs to do is Atticus needs to spend an hour at the start of the day making items.
I enjoy playing a class that can just wake up and not even really have to put pants on.
I get the
Apparently,
feeling that if
everybody
we did
has daily
you two, you
preparations.
wouldn't.
Whoa, what?
Sorry, I'm trying to find which tab I got the game open in.
Apparently, everybody has daily preparations, but some class features happen when you do it. So apparently, putting your pants on does take an hour, just like everyone else.
Yeah, it's pinned to the top of the channel.
I guess I should also add, as part of Alex's agenda, that he was going to put in a report about the whole dwarven curse thing, as well as mention that the curse is likely related to, if not the direct cause of deaths in the area recently.
Who were you gonna report it to?
He would probably drop that report off at the courthouse with perhaps the gnome old lady, if she either knew or would be able to accept it. It, yeah, I don't remember. Good check my notes.
Yes.
There is a woman in your room dressed in purple and black with cat eye glasses looking at a book.
Cat eye glasses.
Yes.
Like glasses that look like cat's eyes.
They have little wingies on the ends that make them look like cat-like.
Hmm.
You should Google it.
That's what I was just doing, is getting you an image. No, don't save it.
Whoops.
I can't believe you did that.
Okay. So kind of like librarian glasses?
Kind of, yes.
Yeah. He sits up kind of like smooths his hair back. It's like, oh no, I have to be presentable. Good morning. Can I help you with something? I don't know if it's normal for people to appear in people's bedrooms.
Well, did you lock your room?
I assume so, because people here are armed and there's criminals. Depends
That's
on where
correct.
we slept, I guess.
At the inn, so?
Yeah.
Actually, no, you were in the common rooms, weren't you?
Yeah, common. If it's in the common rooms, then I wouldn't have locked the door, I think. Because there's other people.
It probably wouldn't have a lock on it, actually, now
Yeah.
that you mention it. In
Just
that
got my
case,
stuff in the
everybody
safe
else.
I paid for a bed. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's not the same as paying for your own room.
We all pay for a bed.
I think a private room was 5 times as expensive. I think it was 5 silver instead of 1 silver.
Mm.
Either way, I guess this would be everyone can see that this woman is in the room.
Okay.
All the other people that are in the common room have either left, or there's just 1 or 2 that still happen to be asleep. So
Yeah.
Garm, she will look up, and you can see her eyes are glowing bright red through her glasses. And she closes her book and stands up to approach you. and says, "Congratulations, Garmarum. I believe that you have made your first acquirement recently."
Ah, yes, you're from the bureau. You're from the bureau.
Yes, quite.
I have.
Well, we congratulate you on your first payment. I do have a message from the higher ups, though. They tell you to stay away from the Fae. It complicates things.
The Fae. Right. No. Understandable.
In addition to this, she will say, the fucking words. The Phistophilis has decided to give you something to remind you of your contract and maybe help you in the future. And then she pulls out what appears to be a pin and says,
Like,
"Hold out your palm."
oh god. Yeah, I accept. This is a higher up. He just holds his palm out.
She grabs you with her stray hand, her free hand, rather, one might say, and then places the pin onto your palm, and a dark, inky substance starts to appear all over your hand and hold the pin in place. As she lifts her other hand up and slaps it into your hand, you immediately feel a kind of pain, but not really. It's more like a chill going through your entire body, starting at your arm. And then you can see the rest of the pin sink down into the ink and then disappear as all the ink combines into your hand and disappears.
Neat. It doesn't come out the other side.
It does not.
It's like a crucifixion without the actual cross.
Kind of.
So, Mr. Gator is watching this.
Yes.
Do I have, like,
Can he try to understand what the hell?
the fuck is going on?
You absolutely have no idea what the hell is going on with this.
God damn it.
In his mind, Garmin was just, we can't fuck with Fae. That complicates things. The leprechaun was a Fae. Oh shit, that leprechaun was a Fae.
Uh-oh.
It's what we call a warning shot.
Yeah. Oh god,
will-
I got my first strike.
I think
You
it's
will-
worth noting that you don't have to directly kill things to get their souls either.
And no, I just have to have a hand in it. You just have to say they're guilty. And I have to have a hand in it.
She will adjust her glasses and then say, "I do hope that we don't have to meet again in the future, Mr.
Oh, absolutely. I'll keep this in mind. Good reminder for the future." He's flexing his palm. I imagine there's like it's like somebody wrote in his hand when they're like when they're cheating on the exam.
She will grin and you can see the heat of a fire behind her teeth as she's grinning. And she will say, "Keep up the good work." And then her entire body will turn into the same inky substance and dissipate into the air.
Just half bows, and he doesn't come straighten back up until she's gone. Then he starts like pacing in a slight frantic anxiety. It's like, fuck, shit, what the fuck? Did I get a strike? Let's see.
Seemed like a little bit of column A and column B.
Little bit. It's like, yay, congratulations, but also you fucked with the Fae. That's a no.
I think it's
Actually,
concerning.
what? I can give you something, Mr. Gator.
Oh,
Very, very technically, Garmarum did not fuck with the Fae. A monkey he happens to know
Yeah, punch the shit out of
punched
Fae,
it to death.
and then I took its soul.
See, you didn't have to do the last part.
Yeah, but I did.
Mr. Gator, you would know that this is a private servant, much akin to an attorney that exists in the lower hells to enforce their contracts.
oh no! It's like my my hell counterpart.
But you're a judge.
Who's to say that she wasn't either?
Well, she's an attorney of a higher ranking. That means she has more authority than me. I just want to know what this means. Can I read it? Did it leave like something legible?
It left a tiny dot of black ink in the middle of your palm, in fact. But that's all that you can see now.
He tries to smudge it off just to see if it comes off, and it
It
doesn't.
does
He's
not.
like, okay, yep, I'm marked. Excellent. Do I feel anything different? But also, do I know what this is? I guess this is a common thing that happens.
As far as you know, it is not. You've never heard of any of this before.
This wasn't in the fucking contract.
I think it is perhaps a bit telling that they did not seem to think you would be able to fulfill your contract in any meaningful way.
They did not. But their sarcasm, I suppose, is quite telling.
Hmm. Hey,
Oh, apologies. Apparently, our equipment
Welcome back.
from like the 1940s.
Oh boy. You missed out on just a little bit.
Yeah, it may be relevant to you, Abner, so give me
might be relevant to you.
Whatever
will describe
check you think would be relevant to a sharp-dressed woman with burning red eyes.
It might also be relevant because Garmarum's manager just showed up and gave him lip.
Sounds fun. Give me a second to finish logging into Foundry.
Basically, what you missed is woman was sitting in the room whenever you awoke. She addressed Garmarum, said that he has made his first payment. Not to fuck with the Fae, though, because it causes problems. And then stabbed a pin into his hand. And then disappeared on the wind.
No weird aromas afterwards.
Probably, oh my god, what's brimstone?
Brimstone,
Sulfur?
Okay.
Yeah. He seemed quite to consent to this stabbing.
Can I swing society out of that?
You can. Make it hidden. you two, in addition to Mr. Gator, can assume that this is some type of infernal contractor, and that's all you get.
Okay.
I gave you a +4 on this because you are acquainted with such beings.
Well, that's definitely something to talk about, I suppose. I guess Abner probably would have walked downstairs right as it happened. Face probably fur matted, probably slept in a little bit.
Once he's done pacing back and forth in deep thought, he just greets everyone, "Good morning," and goes to wash at a basin or something.
Mr. Gator just follows him with his gaze, slow blinks.
Graya snorts and rolls over.
So we're just going to ignore that, or Garmaroon, would you like to explain that? Sorry,
Explain what?
Up.
Exactly.
I don't know. Getting stabbed in the hand with a pen, contracts, the general, theme of the morning, it seems.
The other people in the room have not woken up to see this, by the way.
He has a debt, Mr. Fairchild.
I do have a debt. They came over to congratulate me on my first installment, I suppose. My first payment. And to remind me that there are certain. How do we put this in, in mortal terms? Certain avenues of payment that should be avoided due to the complications tied with it, i.e., the Fae, are very difficult to deal with, and Fae souls are not easy money.
So collecting the souls of Fae would be a fast track to fulfilling your debt, I take it?
Yes and no. They're viable, but they come with strings.
Can I get some information on what's the stance on collecting people's souls in public society and perhaps the Queen's law?
Is it legal?
Is it legal?
I have a couple of different ways I could take that. For example, you theoretically could not prove necessarily that souls exist, but then again, how would resurrection work, right? You
Yeah.
didn't have a
Or-
soul.
If you
You
can
would-
prove that souls do not exist, then how do you explain Garmarum?
You can definitely prove that souls exist because there
Yeah, that's kinda
are
what I thought.
priests that deal in them specifically.
Right. So then the question becomes, as a matter of law, how are souls treated? Like, is it legal, for example, to sell your soul to a devil or some other infernal creature? Conversely, can you sell your soul to an outer planar good being, perhaps? And does that have the same legal consequences? Like, is it legal to sell your soul to start? And there's other questions now that I think about it. Like, what happens if you die and like your estate is handed out in inheritance and then you get resurrected? Like, do you not get your estate back? but that's for another time. I guess the question that I have is collecting souls in this fashion sketchy, illegal, sleazy, just looked down upon socially?
It is not referenced in the Queen's Law, and you would assume that's because it is related to the gods themselves instead. But you would know that generally the gods also would not be too keen on you selling. If you worship a good god, they would definitely not want you to sell your soul to a bad god, or you're out of the club instantly. That's instant atonement material.
Where I'm from, we believe that everyone is a being of pure energy and trying to return to the harmony that is the universe. So, I don't know. Whatever you're doing, I don't like it.
I'm just repurposing energy, if that's what you believe.
You mean like food?
No, I don't sustain myself on the souls.
Then who does?
The planes. Like you said, energy goes back into, just wiggles his fingers. Everything. I am a conduit
Do you
of it's everything.
do you know the lore of Pathfinder relating to this, by the way?
The bone.
That's what I was rolling for.
I'll give it to Garmarum because he would have fucking been there already. But in general, demons like to.
I'm a devil.
Yeah, demons like to, like, straight up just devour the souls, and then devils are like, huh, look at these fucking idiots. We can use the souls to do more than the stuff you get out of eating them, you dipshits.
Yeah, you could put a soul in a torture cage for thousands of years and generate even more suffering.
Exactly.
Well, that's just like your jukebox. It's atmosphere.
But I mean, if Garmurm explains it to Graya as souls being returned to the planes, then she just kind of scratches her chin and shrugs. Just, whatever happens to me, don't eat me.
No.
Also, be right back.
All right.
I won't eat you.
So suffice it to say, the Queen's Law avoids it because she knows she would be dealing with gods were she to try to weigh in on it, and that's just bad mojo for trying to run a kingdom or a queendom or a country.
It's not mortals' jobs to interfere in the divine. Usually.
Even though they work through mortal agents all the time.
Yes.
The hypocrisy.
Guess what? I'm a mortal agent. So, for now.
Yeah.
Do not worry. Everything I'm doing is. What's the word mortals use for this?
Legal.
Completely legal.
Above board.
Above board. Yes, I like this term. What does on the down low mean up here? It means something different. Yes, because down there, on the down low means above board.
Nobody wants to take. On the down low means to keep it quiet, hidden,
Oh.
hush, hush. here.
That sounds longer than saying keep it secret.
It is a less direct way of saying it, to go along with the in meaning of the phrase.
I find an even less direct way to be just a wink.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Hi. But yes, all you need to know is that my dad is slowly being paid, all thanks to you. I'm very grateful. I will help you in any way I can. And we should probably avoid conflict with the Fae. Consider that a very friendly um shit, hold on. Advice. A very friendly tip. The
So,
DL is what kids say. Okay, cool.
On the
the
DL.
soul
deal.
stream slows or stops, are you obligated to collect from those around you?
I cannot. I can only collect souls from those who have been deemed guilty and are killed while guilty.
So everyone in this group,
Oh no,
I'm sure, has committed some
no,
sort of
they have
crime.
to be they have to be judged completely guilty by a judge, aka Alex over here, has to call them guilty.
Guilty of what?
Anything.
Presumably, yeah, any crime doesn't matter. Which does make me wonder why that's so specific.
It's a part of the contract. Otherwise, it'd be so simple to just go around slaughtering willy nilly. And you can't simply do that. Not without
Unfortunately,
not without complications.
I don't find that answer satisfying, but I don't think I'll get a much better one either.
So there's no like, I'm not legally minded, but I guess tiers of crime. It's just you're guilty, you die sort of scenario.
Well, they don't even need to have actually performed the crime. They just have to have been deemed guilty by a legal authority.
Okay.
But you don't do that, right?
I don't. I'm just a lawyer. I don't get to judge souls. I mean, people.
But conceivably, you could find a random crooked judge and just pay him off to proclaim whomever you desire guilty.
I could. That's quite rather frowned upon, however, in that I do not have that much money, and there are not many judges who are willing to follow me around declaring people guilty.
Raya just kind of squints and
That's why I follow Mr. Gator around.
Mr. Gator pulls the brim of his hat down over his eyes.
I mean, as long as we're not, you know, going around deciding who's guilty or innocent based on
Whim?
grudges or whatever weird thing it is you're doing. We're only punishing bad guys, right?
I don't even really get to punish. Again, I simply collect.
So, why did you agree to such a contract?
Stagnation. When you stay in a certain place long enough, say a few thousand years, you stop feeling alive. you stop moving. I wanted another way to advance, to promote, to get a better station. After many, many, many attempts, many years of research, I found a few loopholes. And this complicated way that I get to collect souls now is the result of that. There are many layers of laws in hell that prevent this sort of thing.
And what station were you hoping to ascend to?
There was no limit to the station I wished to ascend to. I simply wanted to become better. My former station was an attorney.
And I thought I was bored in a monastery.
Yeah, thousands of years of bureaucracy will do that to you. As
Wow.
part of my down payment for this mortal coil, I had to give up much of my infernal powers, my experience, my guile, and I've had to learn it all from scratch. Wasn't easy. Some may call it difficult, frustrating, but fun. Everything is new. I could do without the debt, though.
I'm sure most would.
Yeah, look, I don't really understand, the whole soul debt thing. And, you know, I want to understand where you're coming from because, like, that ogre guy who tricked me and got me thrown in jail, that was pretty rough. And I don't really know about demons, but they were up to some weird stuff at the circus I worked at.
Demons are agents of chaos. They do what they want for the sake of it, for whatever reason.
Graya squints.
Creatures like me, say what you will. I will stick to the letter of the law. But if I can manipulate that, I will.
Mr. Gator has averted his eyes. He's kind of seems a little bit lost in thought.
Don't worry, you won't end up where I went. Not all lawyers go to hell.
That's not what I'm worried about.
Should be. A lot of lawyers go to hell. Not all of them.
And now I know why all the monks are concerned with achieving immortality and eternal peace.
Good for them. Some say that the need for immortality, or the pursuit of mortality, it's a kind of hubris that could be punished. After all, their souls must go somewhere. whether above or below, to keep it in this plane is kind of frowned upon. There are mortals, after all. Mortals die.
Unless they're one of many exceptions that don't.
Exactly. We don't like those.
Yeah, unless they are literally immortal.
Unless they're literally immortal, then they're not mortal. And that means less souls for the upper planes and the lower planes.
Well, for now, I think I have some business that I must attend to. Mr.
Ooh, what
Gator's
kind?
gonna.
Can I help?
Mostly just to get my proof of office.
Is there any way we can help expedite that?
I doubt it. You may come along if you like, but there will not be much to do, I fear.
It's fine. I have much to learn still. It's a process. And if by watching you I get used to the way things are run here, well, win-win.
Graya scratches her butt.
That's a good response as any.
As long as I keep paying the debt, no one like, say, an infernal version of Abner over here would come to collect.
I wonder what an infernal version of myself would be like.
Scratches his chin.
Okay, what did you guys do while I was drunk?
Found crime, but no proof of crime.
Yeah, we still got to do that, don't we?
Among many other things,
Yeah.
yes. You can't forget about this either. And Mr. Gator pulls out the Necrolin carved obsidian stone, which it's only been a day, but has the sigil changed on it?
It is not.
Okay. Yes, we still need to follow up on this too.
Do we have any leads on that?
Only to find the elf wizard Master Murloc and see if he can tell us more information.
We have no clue where he is, do we?
Last I remember, we were told to look for him in the Common Library. Was that what it was called?
I believe so, yes.
The librarian.
Yes, as far as agenda goes, I would like to propose for today as things to do. We need to, I need to collect my symbol of office and investigate in the town registry everything I could find. We can try looking for Master Murloc and show him the carved stone with the sigil to see if he knows anything. We still need to follow up on the psychic rats. Presumably, we need to clean those out.
Presumably, yeah.
And we also basically need to follow up on Scartoli as well. I don't know if we have anything particularly new to go off of other than the profile that Mr. Fairchild has obtained in his questioning.
Quite little to work on.
We could split these tasks up. Technically speaking, we also need to check in with the antiquarians to see if they have any jobs for that are worth investigating or following up on. So, for the group, does anybody have any particular leans on how to go with this? Or anything else they would like to check out?
What's the wizard's name?
Master Murloc?
Right. Perhaps I could try finding leads on that guy.
I mean, we know Scartoli is tied up with the council. See if we can find anyone maybe that knows more about the council's backroom dealings.
That, or perhaps an enemy on the council that may be willing to provide information or material support if it comes to that, should we need it.
It just seems like we're getting into a lot of this place's problems, and we still got problems from the last place.
There will always be problems everywhere we go. Unfortunately, that's just the nature of civilization.
Tell me about it. I was way happier in the jungle.
Does sound rather blissful.
They have fun and games.
They're there every day.
And honey, we know their names.
You can learn to live like an animal there.
You can take anything you want, but you better not take it from me.
Welcome.
So what's first on the agenda then?
So yeah, I know what Mr. Gator will do. Collect his symbol of office and check the town registry for information about Mr. Scartoli.
Yeah. Garmin will accompany him to kind of observe this process. Then he's going to go wander off to try and find information on Master. What the fuck? Murloc?
Master Murloc.
Yeah. Murloc, like the Warcraft monsters.
It's LOCH at the end, I believe.
Close enough.
Like the Loch Ness monster.
Yeah. Murloc.
Welcome to Duloch. It's a perfect town.
Excellent movie.
I guess I will check in with the antiquarians, see if there's anything that might fit the group's unique skills.
So unique.
I think I actually got Murloc through a random name generator there.
Well, Graya's gonna stick with the guy who deputized her.
What?
Where's Atticus going then?
I think I'd also like to go take a little looky-loo with the antiquarians. Just because I got skills.
Pay the bills.
So we're basically
And I
doing,
don't want to get involved with the crime, and I don't think I could do anything useful in terms of paperwork.
We're basically
But
doing
you
this.
have the brain for it.
Yes, but I'm a doctor. My penmanship is appalling.
Oh.
Can you sign these legal papers? No.
I cannot.
No one will ever know that they're forgeries.
This is also correct.
No, thank you. I'm illiterate.
No, thank you. I'm new here.
How did you get to become a medical doctor if you didn't study? Why do you think they call it practicing medicine?
Always studying.
You know me. I think just, spit in some mud, fix you right up.
It's weird that it does.
Let's go to the antiquarians first. But first of all, I don't think I've ever given you guys where they're located at.
The antiquarians.
Yes. It wouldn't be too hard to get that info out of people, though, so it's like a large square building in the middle of town. And the front door is currently not open. It says something about renovations on the front. However, there is a set of stairs that go downwards, and that door does open. If you'd like to go in there, you can see through like a hole chiseled in the door, so kind of like a one of those peepholes that you have to open up and close, but instead of there being a door on it, it's just open. You can see through the slot that there is what appears to be administration down here.
It's probably the best place to go unless we're looking to sneak into the antiquarians. Which I don't see much point at right now.
Yeah. Might as well go right in.
Yeah, down the stairs and politely inquire at the desk, I guess.
The direct approach seems successful.
Oh, fancy.
There is, at the counter, somebody ruffling underneath the desk. You can hear the sounds of paperwork shuffling around as if the entire underneath portion of the desk is covered in papers, and you question how they managed to sit down.
Is there like a bell on the desk or something? Or
There is, yes.
he'll probably kind of lean over the desk and give a polite hello before he rings the bell. No point in annoying them if they can hear you say hello.
You can see what appears to be a small dog look up from behind the desk wearing gargantuan glasses far too big for them. And you would know this to be a Shuni, which means that they are small. And they say, "Oh, hello! Do you have some business with us?"
I've been told there's some possibility you may have opportunities for employment.
Oh, well, yes, we currently do have some openings. and they walk backward to a desk behind them and dig around in a pile of paperwork until they pull out two pieces of parchment and then hand you. It would be a clipboard, but without the clip on it, so it's just a slab of wood. But then instead of giving you a pin or something, they give you what appears to be a tiny strip of charcoal. They say if you'd like to apply, please sign these up.
Does the clipboard have any like indication what the job is, or is it just sign up and we'll call you?
It has a few things on it. One of them is manual labor. One of them is exploratory. Exploratory, is that the correct word?
Exploratory?
Exploratory. There you go. And then the third one is administration.
Interesting. Okay. Well, I guess I'll turn to Atticus and ask if any of these are interesting to him.
What do we got on the plate?
Lifting things, looking for things, or reorganizing things.
I can do looking for things and reorganizing things. Lifting things, maybe, but probably not very well.
I'm okay at lifting things, but I get better at looking.
You want to team up and do some looking?
Not a bad idea. I kind of want more information first, though.
Okay.
I'll kind of inquire after the clerk's name first.
Oh, it's Cherry.
Cherry?
Yes.
Interesting, okay. Hold on, what time of day is it? 6 a.m.?
It depends on when you guys wake up. It's in the morning, though, yes?
Well, I think it's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Cherry. Is it Mr. or it's undefined?
It is Mr. Yes.
Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Cherry. My name is Abner I. Fairchild. This is my companion, Atticus.
Hello. I help people.
He does. This exploration job looks interesting. What does it entail?
Oh, well, usually it involves going out to one of the many ruins that have popped up and then trying to figure out what's inside of them. Sometimes, depending on how old the request is, the things appear to be empty and we just go in and scrounge what is left. Other times, there does appear to be entities within them, so it would be advised that you can protect yourself and perhaps others.
Interesting.
I'm sure if you're not the combative type, you could still get in there as a some type of person that watches from a distance, you know. I don't remember the name for those. Or perhaps some type of medic to help those that get pulled out of the ruins.
I have done that recreationally. Now I can do it professionally.
Fairly observatory. I can see things. So would it be? I guess part of the question is, what is the interest in the runes?
Oh, that's where we get all the magical items that we found in this entire town for the most part. Of course, we can make some of them, but other ones, there's all types of weird wonders you've never seen before.
Intriguing. Where would you say these runes originated from?
Oh, that's part of the process, dear.
As a whole, or does each one seem to have their own point of origin?
You know, from what we've found so far, it does seem to be that they're all from the same civilization, perhaps. They've all certainly got the same make to them, for the most part.
Interesting. I guess the all-important question to mercenaries such as us is the pay scale.
Precisely. If I could make more somewhere else, I'd want to know. So, what's on the table here?
Well, we do have member benefits. We also work on a ranking system. You see, the higher rank, the higher the access to jobs you get. And then, as a consequence of doing those jobs, you happen to get potential access to some of the things that we find in there on rent. If you'd like to yourself, you can buy them before they go to market as well.
Based on what we find, then.
Technically based on what others have found too, once you get to a high enough rank.
And the organization of documents or what have you? Fixed rate?
For the most part.
Well, I suppose we have our options.
Safe and boring, or potentially lucrative and dangerous?
And also potentially dangerous and not lucrative.
That's true. How long does one usually take to ascend in ranking?
Oh, it's based on performance, so it's completely arbitrary. Well, not arbitrary, I guess. It's undefinable. How about that?
Alright.
Decides the metrics?
Oh, well, that would be Mr. Mont Blanc himself for the most part.
Not familiar with this name. Who is Mr. Mont Blanc?
A reference to Final Fantasy Tactics Advance.
No.
The kind of no that means yes.
You'll have a shoonie. They're not the right size, but whatever. Oh, well, Mr. Mont Blanc runs the whole place, don't you know?
No.
Yeah, I'm
Didn't know.
unaware.
Oh, well, now you do. I'm sure if you join us, you'll have to see him at some point.
So he started this organization, or
Oh, yes. He's one of the main benefactors, too.
is it a council position he's on?
He's the guild master himself.
What does he do with his benefits?
Well, he usually funds the rest of the guild. I don't know what you mean.
Interesting. Well, is there an opportunity to change jobs after? Say we start with the clerical and get bored and move into the exploratory.
I'm sure you could, but you're good at what you're good at, you know.
Let's see. So how long have you worked for this organization, Cherry?
Oh, I'd say about going on 10 years now.
Long tenure? Always in a clerical capacity?
For the most part, yes.
Interesting. How long are these particular jobs usually open for?
Well, we're hiring most of the time, in fact, so until you want out or until you die, I guess.
Interesting. Is there a contract with this, or is it just as you choose to work?
It's more like the jobs come in first come, first serve.
Ah,
I see. Well, useful information. Atticus, do you have anything for Mr. Cherry?
not particularly, I suppose. Just up for doing the job now, I guess. Uh, though I suppose we do have a few other affairs to look after before we do that and sign away our entire day. We at least have work, which means we have beds.
True.
Just on the verge of homelessness over here.
Well, should we meet up with the others or should we begin? I really don't have much planned for my day.
Oh, well, that's good to hear. While you're processing the paperwork, I could always get you a little something. Did I say you were processing the paperwork while he's processing the paperwork?
Get a little something. What?
Well, we've had some stuff go missing in the storerooms lately. So if you can help with that at all, you can go in there and speak to the person that keeps the stock.
Interesting. What do you think, Atticus?
Hmm. I think I'm fine with inventory.
Assuming we don't run into any more terrifying rodent creatures.
Yep. And I think at this point, at least we'd be able to, do inventory, and if anything comes up with our colleagues, it's not like we're out in the middle of nowhere where it's extremely hard to find us.
True, they have a general idea of our location. Yeah, I suppose we can take a look at the storeroom problem.
Yep.
So, yeah, I guess we'll just ask the direction of the storeroom manager.
If you go straight down the hall, you can see the stairs from here. If you go to the left, right before you go up the stairs, it's right there.
Thank you, Cherry. It's been a pleasure.
Why is their name still not showing?
It was not showing. As soon as we're out of earshot, I'll just say to Abner, I swear to God, if it's the same number of rats or more, I am going to lose my mind.
If it's more rats, then there's probably a larger problem. They're spreading, that means.
You convince rats to eat other rats? I feel like this would be a great solution.
I think they do that naturally. I don't know if it's a good idea to bring sociopathic psychic rats into a place of business, though.
Oh, I definitely wouldn't be bringing any of them anywhere. Just seeing if we can induce that behavior somewhere along the line.
Like having the swarm cannibalize itself.
Or at least other rats. Just in general, keep the rats under control somehow. Well, I suppose we'll have to see if this even is rats.
True. So I guess we will head to the storeroom.
Yay.
And I guess we'll cut back over to the other group now. Mr. Gator, how you gonna check to see if your sword is done being documented?
Well, I'm gonna try to find that gnome that processed it in the first place. So that should be courthouse, down the stairs, and in the big lobby window or whatever it was, right?
Yep.
Let's start there.
Whenever you get down here, there is a large unit of heavily armored guards walking around, actually. including some of them stopped at the counter, presumably to go through some type of shit. They take a little bit to disperse, and then I guess it would be your turn afterwards.
I'm just observing.
Greetings.
Yes. What would it be today?
It is the Honorable Judge, Mr. Alex Gator. I am here to retrieve my symbol of office.
Oh, yes, your sword, right?
That is correct.
Yeah, we got that one done yesterday. Got a big, resin cast of it and everything. So now they can mold it to put it on record.
Indeed. May I retrieve my sword then?
Oh, yes, let me go get it for you.
Thank you.
And then she walks into the back, and you hear what sounds to be a hammer hitting something and then falling apart. And then a couple minutes later, she comes back with your sword in perfect order.
Mr. Gator closely inspects this.
It is as it was given, yes.
Am I sure?
Besides it being a little bit wet, you're sure?
Why a little wet?
To make sure that the mold doesn't stick to the sword. Right?
You can definitely
wasn't
smell,
somewhere
in
sliding.
fact, Graya can definitely smell. And with that, there's been some type of oil on it because they have cleaned it for you, in fact. They have oiled your blade.
Oh, thank you very much.
It's kind of fancy.
So he checks the weight, hefts it around a little bit, make sure it still feels like he remembers. And if nothing else seems out of order, he'll go ahead and sheath it. And he says, with that business concluded, I wish to seek access to the registry.
Well, which registry you're looking for, because that would narrow it down quite a bit.
Yes, very good. What's the thing where the census data goes?
I have no clue.
I should be doing a better job of describing this. I'm sorry. I would like to look up all deeds for property.
Well, what kinds of property? I can get you the room, but that wouldn't help much. And get you the area to look as well.
That's fine. I'm looking for all commercial properties that are owned.
Oh, well, that will be in room A2 on the left here, and points in the direction. And you will want to look on. And then she shuffles around on her desk a little bit. The fourth column, fifth row.
All right. That gives me a place to start. Thank you very much. And with that, Mr. Gator is going to go and start looking through the indexes for anything owned by Scartoli.
Whenever you get to the door, it is locked and does not open.
So
Hmm.
we're here to look for papers talking about the guy that we think is doing illegal stuff.
Yes, we're looking to see the extent of what he owns, which will give us an idea of his influence, what other sort of business he may be involved in, and who he may be interested in dealing with. And depending on the nature of those properties, how they might be facilitating his other businesses.
So when you say door, do you mean that this is like a door to like another room, or is it like a drawer
It's
with
it's
a
a
door
door
on it?
in the hallway that you're currently in. Yes. Very long hallway on either side, and you are basically in the middle.
All right.
Mr. Gator, when you turn around, you can see the gnome looking over the edge of the desk, and she's holding a pin in her hand and making a gesture of pulling on it.
So pull on the knob, pull out the knob, and then open it, or
She then swings it around a little bit and then pretends like she's pulling it like off of her hip.
oh, Mr. Gator pulls out his sword.
The door recognizes the sword, and you can hear it click.
He nods. Thank you. And lets us go inside.
Huh, neat.
All right. So, is there a research action?
It will be recall knowledge.
Oh, if you say that we're about to spend a few hours in here, you're gonna lose a monkey.
I was going to say probably no more than like one or two. Because after that point, it's because like we're not going to learn that much from a deed per se, at least without any context surrounding it. Okay, I think that'll work for me. Um, I imagine that's a society check. Recall knowledge society.
3 hours.
No.
Well, that's going on. If I see them like go into a place to just read and stuff, like, well, I've observed their lost stuff. I've not learned anything new. I guess I know the process here now. So I'm going to go look for information in Master Murloc. He's gonna tips his hat. I'm going to go look for Master Murloc. He goes outside.
Yeah. And Mr. Gator will say to Graya, I don't imagine you'll find this terribly interesting, so if you think you would prefer to accompany Mr. Garmerum.
Just looks around at all the paper. Yes.
Completely understand. Make sure to keep an eye on Mr. Rum.
Will do, as your bailiff person.
Mm-hmm. And Mr. Gator nods and begins going through the different books and collections of deeds. Should I add any modifier to this?
Are they good books?
I guess I'm asking, how should I do this? Should I just roll it and then you want to add the modifier yourself, or?
Actually trying to see what this page is referencing, but you can roll because it's not really gonna. I can add the modifier on afterwards.
Let's hope it's good.
Also, what specifically are you looking for?
So I'm looking primarily for everything that Mr. Scartoli owns, or anything that's like in the name of Scartoli. It doesn't even need to be Ratim Scartoli specifically. I would also be double checking to see if he actually owns the jewelry shop or if it's just his name. Like it's a jewelry shop that has his name, but he doesn't actually own it.
It's a multi-mafia timeshare.
You get a front, and you get a front, and you get a front. Fronts for everybody.
Money laundering.
Damn, that's unfortunate. It's too bad I can't search by page. So I can give you that he does own the jewelry store. There is also a co-owner. Shartar Scartoli.
How do I spell that?
I put it in the chat.
Oh, okay.
And then what else were you looking for?
Anything owned by a person with the last name Scartoli.
There is a mansion in the residential district. That's the word I was looking for. There are several other small businesses that he is listed as a co-owner under. And that's about it.
Okay. And I imagine. I suppose I could ask questions about what those small businesses are. Like, are they just kind of like more shops in the bazaar? Or are they in the undertown?
There is 2 in the Undertown. One of them is some type of laboratory, and the other one is also some type of laboratory that has to deal with not hydraulics, what's the
Hydroponics?
yes, hydroponics, plant water
Hyd-
shit. And then the other ones up top would be a gun store, a cleaning supplies store, and a pharmacy.
That's quite a mix-up. Okay, so I imagine that was a lot of checking indexes and going through paperwork and binders and checking every book. So I think that's a good starting point for that kind of information. If you want to cut to Garmrim and Graya, go for it.
What the fuck is the actual name? I guess I'll just say pharmacy.
Drugstore?
Apothecary?
I think it would probably be called. Well, it's still called an apothecary now, depending on where you live.
Fair.
So yeah, you could also call it an apothecary, and that'd probably fit better. You could also just call it a chemist now, depending on where you live. So where were Garm and Graya going to try to find off to see the wizard?
The wonderful Wizard of Murloc.
So, I imagine there's a shop here. Do they sell magic items or reagents?
If you want my suggestion from earlier, I think one of the guards told us that he sometimes skulks around in the common library.
Sure, we can head there. Oh, that's just taking Graya from a place of books to more books.
Oh yeah. I will give you the obsidian stone if you're going to do this.
Oh yeah, you want this looked at. Hold on to it. I'll see what we can find out about it. So yeah, for now, I head over to the library. Don't worry, we're not there to read. And once we get there, I'm gonna try a diplomacy check to gather information. It's just gonna be it's only trained, so it's a common rumor. Do I just click diplomacy there?
Does it say secret?
GM determines the DC employee check on the amount that has taken, typically 2 hours. It doesn't say secret anywhere.
It would be in the traits.
Oh, there,
of
it's
the
secret.
skill.
See, say secret, so I'll click.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but
Yeah.
before I forget to ask, the storage unit that we were asked to clean out, it's not in his name, Mr.
It is not,
Scartoli?
no.
Okay.
And I might as well use my single hero point to roll this with June.
Are you asking in the library, or just
Yeah.
in general?
It went inside the library. The rumor I'm looking for is like, hey, he comes around here. Where might I find him? Where can I contact him if I need to find him?
Man, this is gonna sound weird.
Okay.
He frequents the children's section of the library. It's right behind this set of bookcases, in fact.
Yeah, this takes about 2 hours. So we might actually we're gonna finish just a little earlier than Alex Gear. So he normally is at the children's section.
Oh yes.
Looking at what?
The
Oh,
children's
dear.
books, I can assume.
Do you know which ones in particular? Has he taken any out?
Oh no, he usually reads them as he's here and then leaves without checking it out.
Maybe he's a family man. I'll make a note to check that place in case he's over there. If that's the only information I get, right?
Yes.
Right. So now I'm gonna go head over there. The children's section. Oh yeah, what is he, by the way? I probably should ask.
He's an elf.
He's an elf.
I
Okay.
think you already knew that.
Think so? Yeah. What does he look like? Does anyone know?
We do not have a description.
Okay.
They will say that he's usually gaunt. He wears tacky clothes.
Gaunt, tacky clothes.
It appears like he doesn't take care of himself very well.
Okay.
And he does, surprisingly for an elf, have a beard.
Okay. Hair color?
It is dirty blonde, I guess you would call it, where it's brown but it's extremely light.
I could see that. For a dirty blonde, a shabbily dressed, gaunt elf with a beard. Hands over to the children's section.
Graya, who I assume has been tagging along through all of this, just goes, "What are you doing?"
We're looking for Master Murloc. He appears to frequent the children's section. Those are the books with pictures in them, however. So,
Hey, I can read those.
yeah, I'm not sure what he looks at specifically. Apparently, he just reads them and then he leaves. We might find him there.
That doesn't sound sinister at all.
No. Well, he might be a father. I don't know. I don't know if we know this information.
You do know he's looking for apprentices.
He is looking for apprentices. So maybe he goes to the orphanage and tells them stories.
Well, that would be strange, but I think I'll let you do the talking.
Sure. Get over to the children's section. I don't think we'll find them there right now, but who knows?
But what if it's convenient to the plot?
He's on the floor dead. Oh shit.
He's being eaten by cranium rats.
Rats. Oh shit.
See, it all comes together.
They moved from the basement to the library.
Oh God, what if the rats were the children the whole time?
Them stories?
You can see what appears to be what can be described as a weird man haunting this area of the library.
Does he fit the description?
It does, yes. And he has roughly 20 books sitting next to him while he's going through them. and occasionally scoffing, and then putting it to one side while grabbing another one.
Graya, I think that's him.
Graya leans over. Do you think he's ever made a skeleton?
Made the skeleton. Like killed someone or
Hey, how else do you get skeletons?
well, typically when you kill something, the flesh rots off it and leaves a skeleton, depending on the creature, of course. I imagine, say, like a scorpion, they wouldn't have a skeleton.
Oh no, they don't have bones.
Yeah, that's true.
They're very crunchy.
Would the crunchy part be the bones?
I think so. I don't know. It's not like a
Very-
chicken.
Very thin bones. I have never eaten a scorpion before. I'll try it sometime.
Oh, they're very good. A little bitey.
Oh yeah, stingy, little stingy.
They nip. So should we be careful? Like, this is the guy that is making those rocks, right?
He makes rocks.
No, the little black ones, you know, that Alex Gator finds.
Right, like this one. What was it, Necrol?
Oh,
It's
you've got one.
Yeah, he handed it over to have it identified.
So, did we just go up and ask, "Hey, have you ever killed anyone?"
Perhaps not. I've learned recently that this alarms people.
Well, usually only people who have or have not killed anyone.
So
I guess that's everybody.
I was trying to think if there's something in between where they've only almost killed someone.
You mean like a near-death experience?
Maybe, and then they came back, so no one felt guilty.
But then why would he be helping people with skeletons?
I haven't a clue. I'm going to go check.
Congratulations, you have sent two halves of a whole idiot.
I'm new here.
And Alex is still an hour away to fix
Still
the
an hour.
fuck up.
I mean,
Let it ride. Let it ride.
Graya will not stop this.
He like saunters over. Hello there. Might you be Master Murloc?
Yes. Yes, what is it? I'm busy, can't you see?
I could. I was actually wondering if I could help you with something.
Oh, and what would that be, huh?
I hear you're in need of an assistant? Apprentice? Whatever it is?
An apprentice. Do you think you could handle it?
Depends what the apprenticeship entails.
He will close the book that he has open and stand up and put his one hand on his chest while gesturing with his other. Requires duty, discipline, years and years of work and practice.
I have some of these qualities. What exactly are you doing in this section, I wonder? Maybe I can help you right now.
No, I don't think you could help me. In fact, do you even have a magic bone in your body? And then he'll sniff very loudly into the air.
Yeah, I guess he smells rather magical.
Yes. Perhaps you do, but not my expertise, no.
No, quite
No,
different.
this one's all wrong.
I could call a dog. Or maybe a bird. Things I can summon.
While this is going on, Graya will investigate some of the books, not out of any sense of suspicion, but because she can read them.
Oh, the picture.
most of these, if they have pictures, they have them rarely.
Damn it, the children's section is more mostly words.
He said children, but he means YA novels, doesn't he?
Oh,
Damn this Harry Potter nonsense.
he's been reading Twilight. That's why he's hiding.
You got to go by
True.
the brand friendly synonym. It's sunset.
All right, sunset, maybe dusk.
Diurnal.
Diurnal, crepuscular. Crepuscular. I don't know how to pronounce this word.
Neither do I.
I gave you a list full of words you could use.
Yeah, but not for books.
I can't believe you.
So clearly, my brand of magic isn't similar to yours. I do have an object that might pertain to your speciality, and I was wondering if you could get a look at it. Tell me what it does. What it's about.
Is that why you have the stench of magic on you? Give it here.
Pulls out the rock. Not quite certain what this is. Could you tell me?
Meanwhile, Graya hears ghostly Alex Gator voice. Ultra Crepidarian.
That's a mouthful for a book title about creepy
It's on
vampire
your
romance.
vocab sheet.
She's just kind of watching him while, like, just thumbing through books. Like, this is entertaining, but it might be important that they succeed.
He looks at the gem at first. And he's like, well, it just seems to be some type of gemstone. But then he flips it to the other side and looks at it for a second before looking at you suspiciously and says, where did you get this?
Where did we get this?
Well, one of them we found in the possession of some goblins who were very, very unpolite. One of them shot me.
It was found in the possessions of rather volatile goblins, and we were wondering what these symbols might mean.
Although maybe that one came from the church where there are a bunch of skeletons that tried to kill us.
Also, there was a church. I don't. Do we have two of them? I thought we
We
only.
have three.
We have three of these. I say.
Only one of them has sigils, though.
Yeah. By this point, we got to
Yeah.
catch them all.
Yeah. Wait. This is the only one with sigils, right?
Yeah.
Okay, we are in possession of three of these stones. Only this one has sigils. This one might have been found in the church where there were undead. That's cleared out now, though. So
Yeah, I just said that.
is it familiar to you, or do you recognize the sigils at all?
And he's gone.
He's run. Just we turn
You
back
turn,
to him,
turn around and the
There's a dust
chair is
cloud.
spinning.
spinning, and there's like a Murloc-shaped dust cloud.
The children's book is slowly fluttering, even though it's heavier than air.
Now, when you say the goblins are volatile, what do you mean? What were they on fire? Were they exploding?
Oh,
Any
they
details?
were attacking.
They were very upset.
So you mean it in the common parlance and not the scientific meaning?
Yes. No, volatile personality.
Graya rummages around in her outfit for a second and produces a piece of parchment. Boy, this guy's a real ultra lapidarian type, huh?
The fuck was
Point, he'll point to you and go, "Silence, cretin."
that? Cretin. What's a cretin? Actually, she's a monkey. He's-
Hey, don't call me. Yeah, she straightens up and says, "Don't call me a cretin, you." She looks at the paper and looks back at him.
Ultra cretin.
Cockalorum snollygoster.
Wow. What does that word mean?
None of this is important. I need a better description of these goblins.
Right. He just tells them what he remembers about them. These goblins, where did we find them? Were they under the church?
Graya frizzles and then she just shakes her head. What? Yeah, they were goblins under the church and they were goblins in the cactus plants.
Yeah, some of them had guns. They fired at my friend here.
Oh, one of them did have fire. No, I remember.
Yeah, one of them actually had actual fire. Like on his hands, was he producing it magically?
No, none of this is important. You imbeciles don't understand. Describe what they look like to me. Were they white? Were they skeletons? Were they perhaps some type of mutant?
Oh god, out of character. Were they different colors
Yeah,
or were they
just regular ass goblins?
They were just
Oh,
regular
fuck.
goblins.
No, they were regular. They were the regular variety.
they were diet goblins?
Diet. The goblin light.
Did any of them happen to wear some type of bonely attire? Some type of shaman or priest?
Yes.
We did abduct that one goblin. The one who
Yeah.
kind of looked important.
Indeed, one looked kind of weird.
It's possible, yes. I think so. I think... No, that makes no sense. Goblins are far too stupid, no. Perhaps some type of divine intervention? Maybe alchemical substance? I don't know.
They said something about a skelly man. I thought they meant skeletons because they were really skeletons.
Were there any skeletons with them?
Well, at the church, they were upstairs and the goblins were in the basement.
Does skeletons speak? Do they wear clothes?
One had roses growing on it.
He just glares at you for a few seconds as if that's the stupidest thing that he's ever heard anybody say.
Yeah, vines throughout its body.
No, I mean, could they speak?
No,
Oh,
not
no.
that we know of. None of them spoke.
Are they abnormally large?
How big
Shit,
is the
were there?
skeleton?
You're about average size, are you?
Just like adjusting their heights next to him, like. Eh.
he's looking at Murloc. Are they like Murloc height? would
He's
you
an
say?
elf, so he'd probably be the same size as you guys are, even though you're exceptionally tall.
Oh yeah, Grya's like hunched over all the time, so she's just like, about you're big.
But you're big. They were
Are
about
you... Have you mentioned this to anyone else? Does anyone else know of this at all?
half.
Oh
Have
yeah,
we?
the sheriff. I think Mr. Gator had to report this to the legal clinic.
Oh,
Other
so,
members of our party.
He asked the guards how to find you.
so some authority does happen to know about these, then.
At least one. I'm a bailiff.
Oh. He puts his head into his palm. His face
What's
into his
the-
palm.
What's the matter?
I assume neither of you can read what is imprinted on this, considering you have brought it to me, correct?
I can read.
Yes. Not this particular thing though. We were hoping to use your expertise on the matter to explain what this meant. What it does.
So he will start with, well, you see, this is written in the script of Necril.
Is it familiar to me? They know
You
anything
can-
about Necro?
That would
did
probably
roll for it.
actually be Atticus's realm of expertise.
You can roll for it, but then immediately after he says this, he starts to go on a diatribe about how the language of Necril was introduced into the world.
Gaia just kind of like side eyes at Garmarum, like, "Did we stop this? Like, does he? Is there an
No.
intermission?"
You can go. You can go look for something. Well, I think he's gonna keep going for a while. I'm going to have to pay attention. Unfortunately.
Make a will save.
That's what I was gonna go with, yes.
Called it.
Make a will save to avoid falling asleep at his lecture.
Yes.
Oh,
Oh, terrible. I don't know anything about this shit.
do you want it blind or just?
No.
That's pretty good.
I got good
Much better.
saves.
Shit, we have the same save.
Oh, we do.
I just rolled fucking 2.
Gray, at some point in his diatribe, you can hear him say, and that's how these necromancers talk to each other. They write in this language on these little gemstones, or sometimes some other types of wooden sticks or something like that, and they use this to pass messages to each other. For this one, for example, it happens to say passage on it, so I assume that they use this as some type of token in order to pass into each other's territories or something like that.
Gaia just kind of like snaps her fingers in front of his face. Like, hey.
That snaps Garmrung out of his, like, daydream, too. He was just staring at the spot in his palm.
Yes, what is it?
Necromancer.
Yes, what about them?
Those are bad, right?
Oh, generally, yes. Though it may not be through some fault of their own sometimes. You see, necromancy has the bad side effect that everything that is raised through it...
Hey.
What? Do you not want to be enlightened?
Oh, yeah, no, all the time. I seek it, I meditate, all that. But what I want to know is there a necromancer here?
Here in town?
Close.
Well, I'm sure there are. There are many wizards here. In fact, one of the... Oh no, what did we call them? I'm just going to say high wizards because I don't want to say the other one.
Not the Grand Wizard.
Yes. One of the high wizards here, in fact, is probably a necromancer. They all tend to specialize in one thing or another.
Gaia looks at Garmarum. Is being a necromancer illegal?
Did I know this? What do I roll? The law?
Oh
Legal lore? Would you like that, blind?
Yes.
Here we go.
No, necromancy is perfectly fine.
He continues to go on about how it's not the fault of the necromancer that
Shit,
the
sorry, that
undead
was
that
a
he
private-
raised is...
Accidentally rolled a private gem roll. Do you want me to reroll that?
Sure.
I mean, I can't see it.
It's not the fault of the necromancers
Supposed
themselves.
to be
the
blind,
bodies
Jim,
just
right?
happen to come back evil whenever
There you go.
they're raised, and the soul actually isn't in the body, guys. It's totally different.
Is this what we call the Pathfinder definition of necromancer?
Garmarum, you would know that necromancy is in fact not illegal. However,
Hmm?
anybody that is raising an undead and uses them for nefarious purposes obviously would be doing something illegal, and that is much more likely to happen considering that things that have been raised are inherently evil and must be commanded to be otherwise.
Yeah. For short, no, it's not illegal. The practice itself is not illegal. But usually people who do it kind of want to do something evil.
Graya just kind of like purses her cheeks and then. Okay.
He's still talking this entire time, by the way. He has now gone into the history of how necromancy was formed.
Yeah, she just lets that ride. So, this all happened because Mr. Fairchild was looking for
A horse?
a horse. A man was killed by goblins, and the goblins are working for the necromancer?
I think they're connected, yeah. Now, who's to say all the goblins were connected? They are from different locations.
Well, they had those stones, so the necromancers were using them to talk to each other.
I
Hey, mister.
suppose.
What is it this time?
If we found a lot of those stones, like, everywhere there were goblins, could it be that the goblins were working for the same necromancer?
He rolls his eyes for a second. Yes, of course. Why do you think I was asking what the goblins looked like and what they were doing?
They looked regular. What do you want from us? One of them was dressed like a shaman in weird fancy shit.
The,
They had these gems, but this was the only one with sigils on. What more do you
the first goblins killed people. Some other goblins kidnapped people and hid them under the church. What are they doing?
Oh, well, it sounds to me like they're perhaps providing bodies for a necromancer they know somewhere.
That makes sense.
Okay, is there a way to find that necromancer? Because the goblins don't know anything.
Well, have you found any of the undead that they've summoned?
The skeletons in the church.
Well, where there's undead, there is... And he gestures towards you.
Yeah.
Goblins.
He immediately takes the same hand and slaps himself on the face.
Does the name Coin Counter mean anything to you?
Oh yeah, they run the bank here. What of it? What's that have to do with anything? Has your memory lapsed?
What does that
They
have to
run
do
the
with
bank.
anything?
The lady was named Coin Counter, wasn't she?
Yeah,
The
you're
lady-
talking about the prologue.
Yeah.
Graya wouldn't have been there for that.
Yeah, she just kind of stares like, what?
It's the name of one such necromancer that I've encountered. Quite proficient. In fact, she commanded a horde of skeletons.
You mean you saw a necromancer and you didn't tell us?
I mean, I did.
Didn't what? See a necromancer?
No, I did tell everyone about it. No one believes me, however.
No. Mr. Gator believes that you
Mr.
didn't
Gator
see his
believes
brother.
nothing. I told him everything. But the more information I gave him, the less he believed. So,
I'm really starting to doubt that I know what's going on anymore.
it's quite normal.
Okay. So, no, wait. We found the skeletons in the church. we didn't find the necromancer. There were just goblins.
Hmm.
So, if there wasn't a necromancer where the undead were, where do they go when they're not with their undead?
Well, if the caster of the spell wasn't there with them, then it's quite trivial to say that they weren't using a standard spell. I happen to have that one in my book myself. It only lasts a short while before they go back to where they came from. It appears that perhaps, yes, either. No, that can't be it. It sounds like your necromancer may have access to some type of ritual that can keep them around after they're done with their job. If that truly is the case, well, I would like to have such a spell in my own repertoire. For good, of course.
Oh, well then, good luck finding Miss Co-Encounter. Last I saw, she was... What was her starting location called again from the prequel? I mean, the prelude?
I want to say Stillwater, but I think that's the first town.
Charleston?
Charleston.
Yes, Charleston.
Charleston was her last known location.
Shared journal. So good.
Are you accusing one of the coin counters of being a necromancer?
What? No, Co-Encounter is probably a common name.
Well, at least here in Old Oakley, it certainly is not. I would advise you to keep that accusation to yourself.
Understandable.
Graya just kind of side eyes Garmer. I'm like what have I not been paying attention to?
A lot.
Like she knows it's her fault, but
You are drunk quite a lot.
hey, not that much.
Not much, just a lot. Like, not all the time.
Okay, well, you could have told me that you were a dog.
I showed you. Thought it would be better than telling.
Yeah, you're right. I might not have believed you.
Literally, no one believes anything I say.
Murloc says, "Oh, a dog, eh?" And then he reaches out to touch you.
What? Don't do that.
Graya's lips pull back like she's got like the fangiest fucking mouth.
It doesn't move away from the hand. I think it's just like, no, don't. Stop.
Bad touch. Stranger danger.
It has only just occurred to her that she might be able to pet Garber.
She just realized, I can pet him. Not while I'm a person form.
It'd be creepy if it didn't person for him. Come on.
Here, you can pet this dog. He like calls forth the hellhound.
Well, that's not what he was doing, but okay.
What was he doing?
He was disbelieving an illusion.
Oh, he was trying to disbelieve an illusion. Oh no, this is a physical form.
Because, like, sometimes you can touch.
Yeah. If I touch my face, it's like flesh. I'm like, what are you doing? I told you she was drunk frequently.
Ah, yes, but a drunk monkey's words are a sober man's truth. Graya just kind of shakes her silly grin off her face, and so if we don't know where the necromancer is, can we use these stones to find them?
Oh, I doubt it, but you know what you could use? There is a spell that I have heard of, though I do not own it myself, I am loath to admit. all you would need to do is find one of these corpses that have been raised and
Okay.
cast a spell upon it to where you could ask it some questions. And assuming that these people have been murdered in malice and raised, I do not think their bodies would object to telling you who their necromancer is.
Graya just gives him a look like, has the conversation thus far inspired that kind of confidence in you?
Not really, but let's say I am intrigued.
I shall put some
just-
effort into learning this magic. It may take some time, but it seems to be on my repertoire.
So you're saying that you could learn this magic and ask the bodies who murdered them,
Yeah,
the bodies we left 3 days back that way.
or we can find a new body. Certainly, this place is lousy with undead.
We did get attacked on the road by those undead.
We just have to find new ones. I don't have the
So-
spell yet anyway, so
So we're gonna wander around until some more skeletons jump us?
possibly. Whichever is simpler.
Ugh, we're never gonna get that horse back.
That horse might be long gone. Or maybe the horse is a skeleton. Will Mr. Fairchild accept its condition if it's a skeleton?
As long as whoever stole the horse pays the debt, he doesn't
Well.
care what the horse's condition is.
Well, we'll just have to find the guy who stole the horse in the first place.
God, I think we're getting a little bit deeper in than just monetary debt.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, if you guys are being attacked by skeletons, I could teach you one of the good sides of necromancy. You know, that there's a magical spell that actually interrupts the magic that is inside of their bodies, and it can actually cause them to break apart. And he goes on about this for well, until you stop him, probably.
The answer is hitting them very hard or healing them. Usually.
Yeah,
But-
Graya just shrugs. I can't do magic.
But you can hit them very hard.
Yeah,
I've seen
I'm
it.
really more of a hitter.
It's quite effective, actually. There are very few things you can't solve without hitting.
Right? You know, a lot of people don't understand that if you just hit something hard enough,
The problem usually stops. Or, blooms into something else, and it's another side of the story. Well,
Yeah.
Mr. Morlock, appreciate very much your information. And he's still going. He's waving his hand in front of him. Is there anything we can do for you? What is it you're looking for in the children's section?
Nothing that concerns you.
really? Because, you know,
Alright, not concerned. And have that back now, we might need it.
He will narrow his eyes, and just say, "How attached are you to this?"
Quite. It's not mine.
yeah, we're actually just borrowing that. It's kind of a clue. Yeah, but maybe you want to talk to our. she looks at Karma.
Tell you what,
Judge.
if we find an extra one, we can sell it to you. This seem fair? You seem like it's an interesting object to you.
He will just hold up one finger and say, just give me a moment. And he will pull out a sheet of paper and a pen, and then copy the stuff that's on it.
Sure.
And then roll up the paper very crudely and shove it into his pockets, and then give it back.
Thank you. So, this sigil usually just means it's some sort of communication one. Yeah? That's the gist of it?
Passage.
Passage?
So a necromancer using a rune of passage.
This could be a key. Lets them through certain areas.
Or there's more than one.
Yeah, but this is the only one with sigils.
Yeah,
Well, in
why,
our possession, there might be more with different sigils.
why would there be rocks with no writing on them?
Oh, well, I'd say whoever crafted these is incompetent, then their sigil merely faded away.
Oh, there's a time limit.
Unless you haven't rubbed on them, have you?
They've been in people's pockets for a while.
We haven't actively rubbed any of them, have we? Like a lamp. Did anyone handling them just decide, rub?
I cannot guarantee you that no one has rubbed them.
I know, I can't guarantee either. I know Garmram hasn't. Because this is the first time he's handled one of these stones.
It takes 5 minutes of scrubbing, so...
Oh, no, that we have definitely not scrubbed something for 5 minutes, I'm pretty sure.
Once he's done, collects the stones. Thank you again. I hope this has been helpful to you.
Oh, it most assuredly has not.
Oh, good. This is very satisfying for me to hear. Good day. Tips his hat, at least.
If you wish to bother me again, be sure to bring someone who is more, gifted in the arcane arts.
I know no one of the sort, but I'll find someone. Do you have a
I think
residence?
You do, technically.
Do I know anyone who has arcane magic? Does he want just someone who knows the stuff or someone who can cast the stuff?
Someone who can cast the spells, in which case you do still have someone like that, yes.
Who the fuck do we have that does that?
Can you guess
Mr.
who?
Gator.
It's a mystery.
I was gonna say, don't investigators have a spell list?
No, they don't.
No, they
They
don't.
don't. That's the thing. I've never seen anyone cast an arcane spell.
You have. It just
Have
hasn't
I?
been an offensive spell.
Oh. Is it Gator? Is Gator no arcane shittery? Is the rubbing mud on things arcane?
That's
What have
primal.
I seen?
No, it's primal.
What did I see that was arcane?
It was in the middle of a fight.
I can't remember. And some fight.
Yeah,
He cast the shield spell.
Oh, shield, gotcha. I mean, that's a divine spell as well, though.
I think it's also a cult.
It's on
Yeah.
every
Yeah.
spell list except primal, I think.
So it's not really arcane if it's in almost every spell list.
it's not my fault you have every spell in the game.
In the meanwhile,
I have the shields.
we can
spell
go
too.
back to the storeroom with
Yeah.
Abner and Atticus.
Making a way back.
We're here in the storeroom.
You can see what appears to be a dwarf in this room. They are walking around, writing on a piece of paper while looking at the inventory. And you can also notice, as you approach them, they're a little bit green and they have tusks.
Okay. Half dwarf orc.
Half dork.
A
It's a dork.
dwark.
Dwark.
We have found a dork. Hello. The lady at the front said that you needed some help with a some kind of problem back here.
Oh, did she finally send somebody to come in here, eh? Yeah,
It
we've
would
had
seem
some
so.
stuff that's gone missing.
All right. Trying to figure out what we can do about that. Do you have any idea, like, what has been going missing? I suppose is the first one.
Well, at first, it was just a bunch of garbage, you know. Just the fucking. Some paper, not even anything written on it, just the paper itself. And then the pins would go missing, and then occasionally a hat or a cloak would go missing. The most important thing that's been stolen, and pretty much the only thing that matters, is a certain magical item here. He flips around to like older papers on his thing. It is one greater hat of disguise, yes. Quite the bad one to disappear, if I do say so myself.
I don't have a whole lot in the way of magic detecting. A question about that. Can the hat disguise itself?
As part of the thing to disguise yourself, yes. Can even appear
And,
as like a bow or a leaf in their hair or something.
and does it only disguise sentient things, or can it be used to disguise other things?
Well, you'd have to invest in it, so I would assume it would only work on something smart enough to know how that works.
What I'm saying here is, you're sure that one of the people here hasn't just disguised the hat of disguise as anything in this room as a prank?
No, 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 no. It has to be part of another outfit or face that you're wearing.
Oh, okay.
When was the last time it was inventoried?
Let's see here. Roughly 2.5 months ago.
How often are inventories conducted?
We do them twice a day, technically. Where there's me on the day shift and there's another on the night shift. These happen to go missing on the night shift. By the way, can't blame me for it.
Really obvious thing I'm gonna do. Um, does this? Do they appear to be wearing a hat, a bow tie, or any accessory of that nature?
They are not, no.
Ah, so I wasn't gonna get fooled again.
Has your night shift coworker reported back in regularly?
Yeah, they're still working to this day. There's already been an investigation done on us, obviously, since we're the most suspected. We're the only ones that even has a key to this room besides Mr. Montblanc himself, and he's fucking pissed about it, let me tell you.
Are you sure it's Mr. Montblanc?
Well, of course, he is the guildmaster.
Let me be more specific. Are you sure it's the real Montblanc?
I'm sure that if the guild master of a large institution in town were to be faked by somebody else, the council would pick up on it on any of the regular meetings that he happens to attend.
Would you say that this is one of his regular meetings, though? All the thief would need to do is cover for his crime a little bit, and then poosh. Ah, never mind.
Where was the hat stored in this room?
Section A7, on the top in one of the reliquaries.
Are the reliquaries locked?
Usually not, no, because the room itself is locked.
Okay. I guess he's gonna wander over and look at those, or look at where it typically lives.
You be sure to get this sliding ladder here so you can get up to the top.
How tall is the shelf?
About 12 feet up.
So for most things, a ladder would be required.
This room has a very high ceiling.
Okay. I guess I'll head up the ladder, and is the reliquary still there, or is it?
It is still there, yes.
Is there anything? Well, it wouldn't have broken into it, so I guess I'll ask if it's trapped first.
Oh no, nothing in here is trapped. They'd make cataloging it a hell of a lot harder.
Job hazard.
So he'll open up the reliquary and, I guess, take a peek inside and see if there's anything weird. He's not that magically inclined, so.
Give me just a perception. Not hidden.
Okay.
Besides the hinge on this being old and potentially repaired at some point, can't really see anything that is suspicious.
Okay. Um, so is anything else in the nearby area shifted between night and day, or was it just everything was in the right place, just the hat was gone?
Well, that's the funny thing. Everything else happened to go missing way before any of this happened, almost like somebody was testing our defenses or something. First, we just thought maybe stuff was getting taken and then just not returned.
Wait, so people check this stuff out?
Oh yeah, of course.
Is there like a log?
Yeah, there hasn't been anything on the log related to this hat in a while, though.
Is there anything pulled out the same day as the hat, perhaps near the hat? And do
He
people just come in
goes-
here and wander around, or are they escorted?
He will go to flip through the ledger, and while he's making his way there, he'll say, "No, you have to fill out a requisition form, and that's what we're here for, to gather it for you. Nobody else is allowed to touch any of the stuff except in, certain circumstances like these."
How hard would the key be to copy? And what would a copy of said key be worth on certain markets?
Not sure. I'm not a locksmith.
But you could say that a large number of people would have a great interest in the contents of this room.
Oh, yes.
Interesting. Anything, Atticus?
Nothing. Well, I suppose the obvious one would be to try and do an investigation roll of some description, because it's just a normal room with more and more stuff being stolen. Oh, really obvious one. Is this place leprechaun proofed? Do you take appropriate countermeasures against leprechauns?
You wouldn't get it.
I believe
The
there are
monkey.
certain magic wards in place, yes. I'm sure there's something to keep out the Fae or some type of teleportation business. Those I can't show you, though. I don't even know where they're at.
Might still... They might be down, actually. You might want to get a magic specialist to come take another look-see.
That's one of the first things they did, so I'm sure it's fine.
And then more items went missing.
Oh no, they only bothered doing that whenever the expensive one got missing. You know how shit is.
Alright. Accounting for leprechauns, then, I will just take a little bit of a look around. Got a bit of an idea as to... So there's only 2 people who come in and out of this place, you and the night shift guy. Have you tried like rotating shifts at all? Like, you come in, work night shifts, he works day shift? Seems like it would be the obvious one.
I don't know, what
Then
do you
if-
think that's gonna accomplish?
If anything goes missing on day shift, it's a lapse in his judgment, not yours. Or you might be able to notice something happening at night.
Well, that'd be one you'd have to speak to the higher-ups about anyways. They're the one that handles all the job times.
I'm gonna just try my hand investigation check, because I am at a bit of a loss from the clues here as to items getting shuffled around in a warehouse without any clear idea as to what the fuck the items are. So here we go. Dun-dun-dun. I don't have any ability to sense magic, so unless I discovered something magical or was trying to remember something magical, I don't know exactly what I'd accomplish. Investigation just seems like a good start here. Diplomacy, medicine, occultism, stealth, thievery. How the fuck does one investigate?
It's under exploration, and it's just doing a recall knowledge.
Alright, I guess I'll go click on recall knowledge then. Is there any specific knowledge I should be recalling here, or?
The only one I can think of is probably society.
Okay.
And it will be hidden.
Society.
Your investigation proves fruitless.
Cool.
Not a crit fail, though. At least there's that.
I will take that.
Yeah, it's not false information.
Oh yeah, also, Garm, I have a hero point. Graya have a hero point, which apparently makes you at 3.
Thank you. We
We
fist
have-
bump our hero points.
Yeah, we have rolled nothing.
Okay, so we know it disappeared, possibly, assuming this one's telling the truth, between the night and the day shift. How hard would it be to hide someone in this room overnight? Or actually, not even necessary. The night dude could just let them in and out. There's no alarms. There doesn't appear to be anything beyond a door lock for security. Possibly some anti-scrying stuff.
Hmm.
Also, what other items went missing?
It was just random stuff. Clothing, pens, and paper. Stuff like that.
Okay. I guess one of the next step would be to talk to the night person.
You'd probably have to be there at night for that.
Yep.
Very true. Unless we, kick down his door, but I don't think that's a good idea.
And then you can get messy information because they're half asleep.
Unless there's something else Atticus
I
thinks
believe.
of.
Yep. I believe we have exhausted our options.
Yeah, I guess we'll set that to a night task. Probably stop by the desk dog first and let them know we'll be back in the evening, and if there's a different desk clerk to let them know we're coming.
Man, these
Yep.
guys should really get automatons or something as desk clerks so they don't have to sleep.
I mean, if you're working night shift, you usually just sleep all day and then go.
Yeah, automatons only have to be non-functional for 2 hours.
Ah,
These people don't seem to get days off.
What are you asking the front counter?
Just to let them know we're going to be back at night to talk to the night inventory individual.
Okay, I'll write a note here. Put it right on the wall so the other person can't miss it.
Give my thanks and tip my hat.
And now, Alex, what were you doing afterwards? And Garmro and Graya, what were you doing afterwards? And you two, what were you two doing afterwards?
We return to Alex together.
I think Alex would probably return to the inn to see if they were waiting there.
We probably pick up some snacks on the way and just go to the inn. I don't know if they have like street food here.
Almost definitely, yes.
Oh, then I think I don't know. These seem like the pair who'd stop and get street food.
Oh man, do they have fried scorpions on a stick?
They probably have giant scorpion meat
Oh,
that's
absolutely.
been
Like a
extracted from the exoskeleton, and it's kind of just like
whole
chicken.
fucking scorpion claw.
It's like
Yeah, ooh.
chicken breast or something, but it's much larger, and it's skewered.
Definitely.
Garmron points and is like, "That's Scorpion, right? That's Scorpion." I did say I want to
but
try it.
Way bigger.
Let's pick
Yeah.
some up.
Oh, for sure.
He gets
If-
like one for everyone if they ever get back to.
Yeah, but we're not gonna tell them it's scorpion.
No, I want them to guess. We only know it's
Yeah.
Scorpion because like its shell has been shocked or whatever.
You know, I never got a chance to try one of those sea scorpion things.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll come back one day maybe. Finish them off.
We'll come back to that and wipe out their race.
Just vengeance for Chester or whatever.
And then if
But
you
yeah.
eat them, it's like you've eaten a little bit of Chester.
He will be with us always.
His spirit lives on in the marinara. Yeah, no, we'll totally go back to the inn because we gotta
Maybe
tell.
the garlic butter.
How about Abner and Atticus?
Beyond just telling them about the job and the potential nifty reward. Which, oh fuck. Speaking of collecting magical items, we should probably go ask for that funny little cloak. From the dwarves. Some kind of a
Yeah,
reward.
we still need to follow up on the dwarves, see what happened to them.
We
And that
gave
is
them
kind of
dead.
my thought.
So is that where
He
you
dusts
two are
his
headed
hands.
before rejoining them at the end?
To the dwarves. I don't feel comfortable taking the cloak from them as we've cost them $80 or 80 gold.
I mean, it's their grandpapa who's cost them $80, or whoever got that curse put on them. I wouldn't worry about it. We do still have to get paid after all.
I guess the only thing we really do is poison a leprechaun to death, but
And also carry them across town to cure their disease. Or curse, rather.
Yes, the poison did the leprechaun in.
not the punch.
Yeah. Column A, column B, perhaps.
Come see, come saw.
Come see, come saw.
I guess the question is, are the dwarves back home, or are they still at the temple recuperating from their neck
They are
issues?
back home, in fact.
Their neck injury. Their necks don't hurt. It's everyone else that they've hurt.
The wrong way to stick their neck out for the community.
So is it safe to say the entire party's going to check on the dwarf couple?
Well, if we all get back together.
I guess the question then is, did Abner and Atticus come back to the inn first, or did they just go straight to the dwarves?
Probably
I would probably catch up. The
yeah.
goal was to see what job opportunities there were, and then like let people know. So,
Okay.
in my mind, I would.
And it's useful information, so I best to share it.
So everybody rejoins at the inn. You get the cross again, the alphabetical cross.
Mr. Rum hands everyone their skewered meat.
Oh, thank you.
Let's all just stare awkwardly at Garmarum.
Yeah, like Graya threw a mouthful of meat is just like, Abner, I don't think we're ever going to get that horse back.
Yeah, very possible.
There's new horses.
And this guy, Alex, I got to use some of those words you showed me. He was a real. And she rummages for the piece of paper again. Ultra crepidarian smell fungus.
Really? Interesting.
Yep. He was very snooty.
Yes, as most wizards tend to be.
But he did tell us that these rocks are probably used by necromancers as
Yeah.
some kind of communication.
He hands it back over. Was very interested in it.
Yeah, he wanted to keep it.
Hmm. Did he tell you what it said?
Oh,
No.
yeah. It says passage.
See Mr. Gator kind of turn the stone over in his hand a couple of times. He says, it could be that this is actually a key of sorts.
That's what I said. It
No,
might
I mean, in the sense that if there were, for example, an undead guardian, and you were holding this stone with the sigil on it and you showed it, you would be allowed to pass without harm or issue.
Oh,
Past
like
it.
some sort of lamb's blood.
What?
Graya slows
You
at her
get the metaphor.
chewing. Well, yeah, he said that it's, used by necromancers to communicate with each other, so maybe there are more necromancers. And
Well,
Garum met one.
well, we did see the second sigil of the melting coin. They were in
That
the
might be
zombies
the
by the
one.
roadside. Do you remember?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they didn't seem to be related to the first skeletons.
No, I would say there's a different plan going on.
He did seem to think that maybe the goblins were related. He asked a lot of questions about what they looked like, but yeah, they just looked like goblins.
Except for
Hmm.
the one who was dressed a little better.
Perhaps he was trying to think about if there were any details, like whether they were servants or patsies, perhaps.
That being said, it seems the coin counters are either well loved in this town or rather powerful.
Well, they do own the banks, or a bank, I should say.
Money is power, so I suppose they are rather powerful.
Garmarim
Wow.
said he saw one of the coin counters and they had a lot of skeletons.
Mr. Gator cocks an eyebrow
I
and looks at Garmarum.
mentioned this before. I mentioned this before, but you never want to listen to me when I think of regarding your brother.
Ah, yes, that business.
I think this was there too. I don't know.
So you've said,
I am there. Or was there,
and,
rather.
and as I recall, Mr. Atticus was not really able to provide much more detail or information.
He does remember the skeletons, I assume.
I did go to a bone dimension. I did die. It was not fun. There was a lot of waiting in line. Being dead tends to mess up your memories a little bit, though.
Hmm.
Mine
Hey,
was
if you were
strangely
dead,
quite fine.
does that mean somebody could have brought you back?
Maybe.
Are you a skeleton under there?
I mean, so are you.
Oh no. They're inside us.
It's just a matter of time, I'm afraid.
Oh wow, my skeleton would have a tail.
As would most of us here. Yes.
4 out of 5 in the party.
Yes.
Yeah, we haven't fought any tailed skeletons, you see.
That we know of. Yes, I did find some information about the Scartolis. It turns out they own quite a few businesses, some in the upper city, some in the lower city. I find it quite interesting because when you see Mr. Gator pull out like a journal that he kind of was writing in earlier. He's like, they own a gun shop, a cleaning shop, an apothecary, the jewelry store that we were already aware of, some sort of laboratory, and a hydroponics facility, as well as a mansion in the residential district. Now, you might be asking, why is it interesting? Well, jewelry store would be a great place to fence goods. An apothecary, very good for participating in a drug trade or acting as a back alley surgeon. A cleaning shop, very handy if you want to provide services for cleaning up messes left behind of the criminal variety. A gun shop, weapons trafficking, dealing, as well as an armory for your own soldiers. And a hydroponics lab, I suspect that's a place to earn goodwill and gain favor with the locals.
So he's doing a lot of crime.
He has done much to embed himself in this community. Which
Oh,
makes...
here's an important one that I forgot to tell you.
Oh?
He also owns a mining and construction company.
Of course he does.
which is the same thing here because they have to mine into the rocks to construct things.
Yep, that's another classic mob owned racket. Yes, there's also a co-owner, a Shartar Scartoli. So I'll need to dig into info for that later. I have a couple ideas of how I could investigate that.
Well, I mean, it's probably closer to us finding this necromancer.
Aye.
Well, Mr. Scartoli isn't hiding in quite the same manner as this necromancer would be.
Yeah, we know where he is. We just can't beat him up for it.
No. Not yet. So, Mr. Fairchild, Atticus, how did you fare with the antiquarians? Did they have anything of interest?
A few different job opportunities. Apparently they've been having quite a few burglaries over at their reliquary. And if we're interested in filling up that slowly dwindling reliquary, we can also plunder some of the older ruins beneath town. And I believe the other one was moving heavy boxes a lot, which certainly sounds easier to do. Um, than the other two, but probably is exhausting and doesn't pay too well.
No,
Apart
manual
from that,
labor tends not to.
a manual disguising hat or a magical disguise hat has been stolen among a plethora of other little items and trinkets, but that's the big ticket item.
Oh, really?
Couldn't really find out much about it, unfortunately. But perhaps a master detective of sorts might be able to figure something out.
Perhaps.
Additionally, the antiquarian's leader, a Mr. Montblanc, seems to have a rather tight hold on some of the relics. Apparently, he enjoys utilizing them, it sounds like.
As most owners of magical objects tend to.
Yes. And the employees appear to be able to acquire these items as well, provided they are in good graces with the company. So that'd be a good way to gain magical equipment.
Noted. Perhaps we can set aside some time for that later.
Yes, apparently Mr. Montblanc decides on the arbitrary scale who is worthy of ascending through the ranks and who is not.
I wonder if he is a capricious person then.
I think anyone that owned a large amount of magical items and sent people potentially to their death for them is probably a little bit of that nature.
Yes. Mr. Gator glances at Garmrim as he says that.
Yes?
Nothing. Well, if we're looking for something to do you think it would be good to check on that dwarf couple?
Probably not a bad idea. We do need to head back to the antiquarians this evening, too, check in with the night shift inventory control manager.
Hmm. I take it then you've agreed to investigate.
We have.
Very well. We should also not delay on dealing with the psychic rats.
Yes, that situation still has some problems.
Yes. But for now, I think I would rather follow up on what is hopefully better news than that.
Maybe we'll get lucky.
And I guess unless somebody else has something they want to say, we just dawdle on over to the dwarves.
Yeah, I don't got anything else in brain.
Me neither, but I realized I should have had a map for this bar.
You don't have the stock saloon?
I do, but this one is definitely nowhere near the same shape.
Oh.
It's basically a rectangle. You guys notice what appears to be some man in a trench coat come in with 4 heavily armored guards and approach the barkeep innkeep combo that I guess he is. I guess he's just an innkeep because innkeeps can sell alcohol just fine. But Mr. Gaston then points in your direction. And this man comes up to you and keeps the 4 guards at the door.
Oh boy.
Yes, and then man person. Here you go. Creepy man. Doesn't show his fucking name when you mouse over him, god damn it! Covered by anyone. There you go. He's like, good afternoon, you all. Y'all. I am Detective Robert Thorne. It comes to my attention that, y'all have helped out a dwarven couple recently, is that correct?
It's correct.
Mm-hmm.
I think I need all of y'all to come with me to my office so that we can fill out some forms related to what you happened to do that night.
Graya
Excellent.
swallows her hunk of scorpion meat.
He's taking his time. Shall we?
Before we do that,
Greg kind of looks at Alex like,
before we do that, procedure.
What about it?
This time it's, am I being detained? You know those videos where they're like, am I being
Yes.
detained?
Am I free to go, officer?
Am I free to go?
You actually can't arrest me because that flag is the naval flag.
You can't arrest me because I'm about to kick you in the dick.
He does have a badge, by the way, if that's also what you're looking for. He is actually a cop, as far as you know.
That would be among the things I'm curious in, yes.
Because if he's a cop, he has to tell me.
Also, you know, what would the detective need for us to fill out? I'm guessing witness statements.
Yes.
Or we're about to be shaken down.
It's entirely possible. The guards are a bit concerning, but then again, detectives usually work with officers. Not all the time per se, but they often do. I guess I don't know if there's an equivalent to insight. Like, would having guards
It's
be
just
standard?
perception.
Okay, I was gonna say, like, is that like standard procedure, or does he think we're gonna do some shit?
To be fair, he has no idea who we are. We showed up, punched a leprechaun, and then kidnapped 2 dwarves.
The guards are maybe not in the way that he's approaching things standard, but if he does suspect violence, it would be nice to have them with him, which is probably why.
Yes. So then the question becomes, why does he suspect violence? And is it probably dead leprechaun?
Why does
Dead
he
leprechaun.
suspect violence? I asked.
If we just
As
stuff
we
it in
killed
the
a
closet,
leprechaun in cold blood.
Like I said, I was like, probably dead leprechaun, but is there anything else?
Nothing that I can think of, no.
Very well.
Well, if you're all finished here, we can mosey on down to the department.
I guess the other question would be, does the detective know about what Mr. Gator's sword means? Does he recognize that on sight?
I'm sure he would probably have to get it checked since it's only been in the record for a day. But
Yeah, literally a day.
are y'all gonna follow to the technically... Are all police departments jails?
So a police department would have a holding cell,
That's
which
what
is
I was
not really
thinking.
they're not really meant for long-term detainment. Although you can technically, like, if you needed to hold people there, there's usually an actual prison that you would be transferred to in that case.
Yeah, and in the Old West, at the very least, like the sheriff's office would be the combination like jail for a small facility or small town. But
Yeah, and this
more
place
than
is
likely,
huge, so...
I mean, more than likely, you just have like an iron barred room that you throw people in until you deal with them.
Yeah,
This
they
would probably
either,
be an actual department then, and not a jail you're going to.
Yeah, like they might have rooms that they can lock you in and detain you for security reasons, but if it's like an actual department where they have like a desk and shit.
Well, whenever you're ready, he will get up and gesture to the guards.
and go
We'll
get my
then
hat.
all move out. And and you'll get a nice little escort to the police department. Technically be the guard department, sheriff department, whatever. You do go in through the front door, and he waves off or tips his hat to the receptionist, and then mentions for you guys to go into this room. And he will sit down at this interrogation table that's in here, which some of you are going to have to stand because there's 5 of you.
I'll sit.
Grya just stands.
I suppose Mr. Gator will sit if there is space. Otherwise, he will stand leaning on his cane.
Come sit next to me.
You sit in here for a few awkward minutes in silence. He doesn't say anything. Before another person comes into the room. This room is fairly large, and it just has a desk in the center. They probably would not have the thing where there's a mirror in the middle of the room, but you can't see through it, because I'd imagine they wouldn't have that.
There's, possibility of like magic two-way mirrors.
Possible, but oh well.
Yeah.
You just scry in the chamber.
Instead, you get a person that comes in here that almost looks like a nun or a nurse. And they begin chanting until a wave that you can all feel goes over your bodies. So give me will save, yes.
Oh, that's gonna be bad.
Guys, we've just been Zone of Truth.
I believe so, yes.
Haha, Zone of Truths are my favorite terrain.
We'll save.
Is that a law joke?
Okay, good news. Wow, that's terrible. Okay. Everybody but Atticus, you can't speak any deliberate or intentional lies and take a -4 to deception checks. Atticus, you succeeded. You take a -2 to deception checks.
Yay! I deceive.
The detective is also going to be subject to this, but is going to choose to fail it.
Oh, we could just choose to fail it? I failed
Yes.
it. I don't even resist. I'm just like...
Okay, so
Boy,
what
we have some goodwill.
happened last night at this residence that you were all at? What was the reason you were there, and what happened in the meantime?
We were contracted to deal with a curse. Or suspected curse.
Put those in the chat so you know what they are. Atticus is the bottom one.
So, I mean, who's going to take this?
Wait, so can Atticus lie?
He
Kind
can,
of.
but it has a penalty on it.
Garmarum simply said that, like, we were there because we were contracted by the homeowners to investigate a suspected curse or potential intrusion.
Also, I would like to point out that you all know that this spell is active and can choose not to speak if you don't want to.
The Garmarum doesn't hesitate in answering. It is common courtesy to ask for our consent.
Not in here,
For
it's
a-
not.
Before applying a spell. Or at least a warning. Some places there are waivers for this sort of thing. It simply sets the mood, you see. You've nothing to hide.
Well, I hope that that's true for your case. I'll just be blunt. We have archers all throughout the city. And we had one that's seen everything that went on for the most part. What happened with the leprechaun?
Care to be more specific?
Yeah, a lot of things happened.
We were told to guard a house at night, and we saw a mysterious laughing and giggling out there. I figured the Fae might be up to no good. You know, hauntings, curses, poltergeists. That's about the long and short of it. Threw a bottle at it.
Just a bottle?
A bottle of poison gas.
And why did you throw poison at him?
That's all I had on me at the time. I was acting fast.
Spur of the moment decision, huh?
Not only that, it was spurred by the fact that this creature stole a poison gas bottle from him prior.
That was the other thing, yes.
Grya just shrugs her shoulders and says, "Yeah." And then I heard some commotion, came around back. One of my teammates shouted that there it is, and I punched it.
She does that.
Yeah, it's what I do.
Okay, and did he happen to present anything to you from somewhere? His pockets, his hat, from under his shirt, anywhere?
Present? No, not that I remember. He didn't, right?
Is he a notorious pervert?
Flash.
No, it's simply one of their little tricks they like to do.
No, he just was invisible.
Should we have seen something?
He's been known to do it in the past, yes.
Would that have been a good thing?
I don't know. It just depends on what you're kind of into, I guess.
Well, now to the more important questions. Why in the closet? If it was truly an accident, why didn't you report it to any of the guards on site?
Decorum, mostly. First of all, we didn't want to leave it outside where it might frighten other people or draw attention, or stain the carpet. The closet seemed like a place where no one could peek into the windows and assume something weird happened. And to be completely honest, I think we just forgot we left it in the closet. You see, when we found out the residents had their necks stretching and realized what was happening, we had to act fast. We ran before they could transform, move the curse on them. I suppose the murder slipped her mind if it was a murder. Is that what you were assumed to have done?
Hey, murder.
It wasn't premeditated, so it couldn't have been a murder.
Now, let's not poison the well here. What we had here was a
Poison.
misunderstanding and an accident.
Man, if you would have crit failed, I totally would have asked for a deception out of it. Right, and the inhabitants of that home, why'd you carry them out in the middle of the night to the local cathedral?
Like I mentioned, they were transforming into, what did you call them? Did we find out what they were called?
I don't think you actually told us a name.
I definitely did know what they were turning into. I just do not remember the name.
I'll leave this to
I was gonna say I don't
Atticus
think
to explain.
Dub
Yeah.
had the name on hand.
Yeah.
Alex and
Atticus
Atticus would know it was a Rokurokubi.
Okurokubi.
They were doing that.
Yeah. We believe that preventing the necks or the heads from separating from the bodies would prevent them from killing anyone. Thus, we hurried.
Right, and do you happen to know what the Fey laws are for manslaughter of one of their own kind?
Would I? That's a question I want.
I was gonna say, is that a legal check?
Is that a legal check?
I'll let you do legal checks for you.
Do the
Yes.
Fae
Yeah.
understand the consequences of trespassing, breaking, entering, and theft?
Yeah.
As well
He
as
just kind of
general
flexes
noise
the
pollution?
fingers.
They absolutely do not, or they do and don't care. Garmram, you rolling on that one too?
Yeah.
These
I'm
are
gonna
absolutely the
do it.
characters who like jump into a Reddit thread about tree law.
Yeah, I'm gonna use that fresh new hero point you gave me.
Okay, Alex and Garmarum. Eye for an eye.
I'm aware that they will take some measures against what might have happened. An eye for an eye. What I'm not super certain about is whether the eye will be taken from ourselves or from the residents.
Oh, hey. We get called out to investigate some kind of weird goings on, and we find a giggling green man over some sleeping dwarves.
I've mentioned that the Fae are complicated.
Yeah, and it's not weird that that leper thing was lurking around outside the window and making voices.
I'm wondering when you will get to the point, Mr. Thorne. Because this already should have been filed with the priest, the cleric.
Well, they filed the paperwork for the decursing, yes. You do understand the predicament you're in regarding Fey law, you understand?
No.
Would you
We
like to
try to-
explain it?
We try to keep some peace between us and the Fae. We certainly don't abide by their laws, or at least not all of them, but we do try to take their concerns into factors of each crimes. Can't say I've ever had to deal with a manslaughter case, though. We're not too sure what they're cooking up right now, but it could be bad.
Certainly. Nothing good.
Yeah, well, I don't see how that's our fault. Again, weirdo in the window.
The issue is that I believe what Mr. Thorne is trying to say is they will take some vengeance out on us. Not the sheriffs here, but the Fae themselves. They function under different rules, different laws. And the good sheriff here is trying to form some sort of intermediary. A little balanced middle between their law and the Fae laws. Am I correct?
If he had simply said that he wasn't trying to cause any harm, I would have rendered medical assistance. We thought we were dealing with a potential murderer.
And in doing so, you became one yourself. Whether it be
Oh,
involuntarily-
I imagine people use that line of rhetoric on you all the time, officer.
Manslaughter is
That they do. That they do.
Yeah, hey, maybe I'll sneak up on you in the middle of the night and we'll see who does what.
You won't actually do that, will you?
She is under a zone of truth
Yeah.
spell.
Well, ma'am, I would not suggest assaulting an officer, but
I would not recommend trying to break into somebody's house and then stealing a bomb, and then running around the house invisible while poisoned.
we do happen to have a demand from the local Fae Council. At
What's the
minimum,
demand?
they want one of you dead. However, we have negotiated with them, and enough blood to be equivalent to that of their leprechaun will also be accepted.
Done. Here. And
How much blood is in a leprechaun?
Garmarum rolls up his sleeves. They want one participant from that night, correct?
We could easily all put it in a great big bucket.
Do they have a witness with us now? So they can witness such a thing?
I'm
We
sorry,
don't have
that-
one as of yet, but they do demand it from all of you, not just one.
Oh no, not blood. They want one of us to die who was part of that night, yes?
He'll blink for a second and say, "Yes, that
I
was
can
their
provide the
first
death.
demand."
Wait, what?
I can provide the death.
Hey, wait, no, that's stupid.
It's the law.
Yes, but that is their law, not
believe-
ours.
It's a law.
It's tree law.
Surely they'd be in
believe
better
that
terms with
negotiation
you.
went down.
Surely they'd be in better terms with you if we provided the death instead of our blood.
May I ask what was the threat? Should the demand not be met?
What was that, Abner, by the way?
Well, just reiterating that it was not necessary, but he seems dead set. So
Oh well, if your end of the bargain is not upheld, then they may upend, or they may uphold their own part of the bargain and simply attack you unawares.
Oh, I'll take another 2 or 3 leprechauns. Garmer, you can't just kill yourself.
I'm not going to kill myself. I never said I would.
Then what are you talking about?
He better to show you than tell it, yes?
Liars.
Could we call forth one of their witnesses? A Fey witness. Were they aware of all 6 participants of that night? Your archer witnessed 6, yes?
He will send out the nurse nun that was in the room, and then continue. We can get one of them in here soon.
Excellent. I'd love for this to be done quite soon.
By the way, adults have approximately 1.2 to 1.5 gallons of blood in their body.
Okay, Dub.
So you
How
can cut that
much-
in half for a leprechaun.
So,
Couldn't-
how much blood?
I'm sorry. Earlier, I could not get out the question. How much blood is in a leprechaun?
Half, I guess.
About half a pint.
Half a gallon.
1 Guinness.
Single
It's a
Guinness.
trick question. There's no blood. It's all Lucky Charms.
0.6 to 0.8 gallons.
That would kill a normal
That would
person,
kill
but if we're
most
taking
people.
it from each of us,
Split amongst 5 people, though.
Yeah, if we each donated the normal blood draw donation amount, it
I'll
would be
let you
more
guys
than enough.
figure out the math on that in case you want to go in that direction.
yeah.
It'd be anywhere between 0.1 to 0.175 gallons. So it'd be 1/10 to 1/8 of a gallon from
So
each
how
of
much
us.
is that in pints?
It
Well,
comes in
there's-
pints.
Well, there's 2 cups to a pint, 2 pints to a quart, 4 quarts to a gallon.
it's 8 pints to a gallon.
No, I was doing like 2 cups to a pint, 2 pints to a quart, 4 quarts to a gallon. So it would be
Okay,
like
hold on.
16 cups of blood. Would be like a gallon or something like that.
16 cups?
Okay, so
How many
Hold
cups
on.
can we each provide?
no, okay, so if you just plug it into Google, 0.1 gallon is 0.96 pints.
Yeah, so we'd each have to give like
A pint of blood.
either a pint or like
That's-
a pint and 3/4, depending on if it's at the upper end of that range.
How
a
chunky
pint
is this
is-
leprechaun?
Overall amount.
What was that?
Most donations are like a pint. So
Yeah, I mean, they still give you a cookie afterwards, but it's not lethal. But I
So
don't know.
should
I'm
be-
So this all kind of so that doesn't sound so bad to like normal modern humans, but this is not a modern place where they have blood draw per se.
Oh, sure. And also,
Oh.
I'm kind of invested now, so.
Also, I feel that this is something we're all kind of overlooking here. Do you really want the Fae to have ready access to your blood?
No.
This is why my answer will not have them have our blood.
They'll definitely have yours, I imagine.
I'm just curious as to where this is going, but we can have the moral discussion.
So while you all are debating this, is this tiny or small? Okay, this is tiny. So this is like the size. You know what? It's supposed to be part possum, so it's the size of a.
Oh my god. The door.
Oh, that is a creature.
Look at it.
Also, since I don't want to show it on stream, it resembles a humanoid, mange-ridden possum with boar-like tusks that aid them in rooting through garbage heaps for food.
Maybe
Okay.
we should
I ready
just kill
another
this one.
poison bomb.
Gently puts a hand on top of the bomb and puts it back down.
Like, does Zone of Truth also like cover like gagging noises in the back of the throat? Because
Only
It's
if
a
you're
good
using
thing-
deception to hide it.
It's a good thing you asked because, actually, no, that wouldn't be relevant now. Maybe in a second. So, it comes and, says, yes, those are the ones. We demand their blood.
Or a death. Is Gumroom.
Yes, deaths will work too. Deaths will work better.
Very
These
well.
ones don't let us have deaths.
I will give you your death. Under
Oh, we said we weren't going to kill this one.
under the compulsion of the Zone of Truth, or whatever spell this is, there were 6 participants during that encounter last night.
Oh, there's technically 7, which is what fucked me up earlier. But yes, you're right.
Yeah. And he pulls out a chain and pulls out the dog he had summoned that night.
Oh.
Here is your death. And he pulls out the handgun, holding it with the hand with the black spot marked on it. He puts it down on the head of the dog, and he just says, "My apologies." Blows his
Pup
head off.
snuffers.
The sad part is I think it's gonna take more than one shot to kill it.
You know,
But let's just skip that part. 'Cause
shit, I missed the first time. Hold on. I'm not
Just to
very
confuse
good with the gun.
Thor?
He's
See,
my
this
dog,
is-
mama.
this is
I'll do it.
this is why D&D rules are very dumb, because someone can be held at knife point and they go ahead, we're gonna do
Yeah.
D4 damage.
Right? How much life does it have? Like 16, I think.
it was relatively small, actually, but it still probably wouldn't die in one shot.
Yeah, unless I
Um,
critted somehow.
8.
Oh, 8.
I mean,
Let's roll a handgun and see what happens.
could we treat it as like a coup de grace?
Free crit.
For crit?
Even if it was a free crit, you would be doing
Let's
It'd
see.
be it'd have deadly, right?
times 2. It does not, because hand cannons
No.
don't.
10.
Okay, that would kill it.
All right. The badass moment is not ruined.
Oh, okay, good.
That would have actually crit too as the attack. So
Graya just like jumps.
the detective and the nurse nun keep their cool the entire time. But the gremlin jumps at the shot. I have a question though. Does the corpse stay behind whenever it dies?
I think it disappears after a bit.
Oh no, summon logic.
It slumps down. Yeah, it slumps down and then it like goes away, turns to ash.
And then the detective looks down at the gremlin and says, I believe the debt is paid then. And let me get the stats of this. No, you closed it, dipshit. No.
No, no.
Can't believe you did that.
I can't believe you've done this.
Oh fuck!
Oh fuck.
Yeah.
I can't believe you've done-
I can't believe you shot this. Gestures.
One of these minor things. He
Atticus
screams.
flips open a notebook and writes down breed dogs, and then writes next to it good idea and underlines twice.
Grad doesn't have any particularly strong feelings towards the dog, but she definitely has PTSD from the gunshot sound.
Yeah, pick what of these? What was I supposed to do with these now?
Pick one of the 3 minor ones, and then I'll get back to you.
One of the 3 minor ones?
Yep.
Where's the minor one?
I also couldn't figure out where to put it on your sheet, so I guess just add an item that says
Sure.
ink drop or something.
This is funny. It will cause me no amount of like problems later. Let's see. I will pick this one.
Okay, the little trash goblin does get angry at that and then storms out of the room saying, We'll get you for this!
You
The
wanted
debt
the
is
death,
paid,
not a
but we will
corpse.
still get you. This prank was no fun. No fun at all.
I thought it was
Exactly.
hilarious.
That's what we said. Well, that's 2 shitty pranks for 2 deaths.
Balls.
Balls.
Grad just looks at Garmer. I'm like, what?
It's a long.
Are you
The
asking?
law
why it
was-
worked?
The law worked. Is all he says.
Yeah, and also you've murdered what appears to be another dog.
Yeah, a hellhound that he summoned before. You've seen it
No.
twice before.
Yeah, she's seen it, so she knows he can do it.
Yeah, it's funny. This is the 3rd time I've summoned it, and now it's gone. And I'm going to retrain this spell out so it does.
Well,
so
okay.
it's a permanent decision.
No, see that's the thing, right? Like Grad doesn't know this, but like in like 3rd edition logic, technically you were summoning a creature from another plane, and if it died because its hit points ran out, it just goes back to the plane it's from.
Yeah,
You're just resummoning it every single time.
yeah, but it died. That's all they wanted. A death.
Right, it looked like it died, but like if you were to summon that dog back, would he be like, "What the fuck, man?"
He would be like, "Okay, dude." That's why I apologized first. He'd be like, "Dude, not cool, man. We're both hellhounds.
I have such a headache.
I aimed for the head. It's not like I aimed for like a non-lethal part and kept shooting."
It's coming right for us. Bang, 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 bang.
He had some crack on him. Sprinkle some crack dust on him.
He was a crackhead.
He's a crack hound.
Drug dog.
Oh, he was the sniffer, all right.
Well, now that the case of Sam O'Leary has been put to rest, I don't know if that's what
That's
you
his
call
name.
Sam O'Leary. Yes. Y'all are free to go.
Thank you, Detective Thorne.
If
I
you
expect to be
see-
hit in the face with a pie the moment I step out.
If you see any others, Faye, that happen to be bothering you, unless they have any violent intent, I would suggest just humoring them from now on.
Right, humoring. We know this now.
Kill on sight.
Humor on site.
Humor on sight.
What if we kill them in a really funny way?
That's probably fine.
Depends on what kind of Faye it is.
It's the Roger Rabbit dictation of murder, only when it was funny.
But yes, unless we want to talk to the detective, I take it we're gonna actually follow up with the dwarf couple now.
Those poor in that dwarf couple.
But yes, as we leave, Mr. Gator pats Garmer on the shoulder as he walks by.
I feel so proud. Is this what it's like to have a father's love?
Oh,
God.
I'll chalk it up to one of those mortal experiences I have never had before.
You're
While
going
walking
through them
Dear's
fast.
diary. Today the judge patted my shoulder. It filled me with emotions.
Motions.
I'm not sure which ones yet. Yeah.
I never
I'm not
knew
sure
that
which
I
ones
had.
From the darkest pit of my blackest soul.
And all
Something
it took
warm.
was
And not
sacrificing
fiery.
a hellhound.
It's business as usual. I'll just sacrifice one of her contemporaries. It's fine. He just went back. No, he's not gonna be happy next time I call him. He's like, "You killed me! What the fuck?"
I think I'm gonna have to make this a separate entity for you now.
I could pick a simpler one. This one just seemed like the funnier one because it
does seem like a
opposes
funny
my
one, yes.
personality. Yeah. It'll also give you a character to bother me with.
The next time you summon him, the Hellhound pops out, and he's just like, no, just absolutely fucking not. He goes back to hell.
I'd rather be in hell than serve you.
I mean, I don't know if it's ever really been done, but like, are summons technically like enslaved during the time they are summoned for?
Kinda, yeah.
Depends on the summon. Because I know some of the undead ones are like you have to make a check, or the demon ones are like that too. You have to make a check,
Yeah.
or they you lose control and they attack you.
Well, yeah, but like summon monster has like no caveats. It's like you pop a thing out and it does your
Yeah.
bidding.
You just have to sustain it, basically. And when you sustain it, it does what you say. But there is some summons that are like, hey, this one is kind of powerful, so you gotta fight it will for will.
Yeah, but that's like a gate spell.
Yeah, I think so. Where you like call an angel or a higher level demon.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if you pop a Balrog out of hell, we're done.
I would never do that because it's probably my boss. I don't want them looking at me, paying attention.
I'm just gonna use a blood drop for this, even though it's supposed to be an ink blot, but whatever.
Garmarum just flicks on a little light in the middle of combat. And it's like, what the hell are you doing? I'm calling my manager.
No, don't bring HR into this. Come on, this was fair.
It's called human resources because they literally burn human souls as resources.
Mm.
Garmurm, you only know one language, right?
I only know one. I'm kind of an idiot. I used to know many, and then I gave them up for this body. This body that makes me feel a father's love.
What?
He made it weird.
Me or Garm?
Both. He can't handle. He can't handle it. He gets reminded of his own father. He's like, how come mine never touched my shoulder?
What does this gesture mean?
God, I've been watching The Orville. Anyone seen it?
Ooh, what's that?
It's basically Star Trek by Seth MacFarlane. So it's like a sci-fi show where they go on like space adventures, exploration stuff. But
Oh, cool.
Star Trek plus Family Guy.
okay, no, it sounds immediately horrifying, but it's actually like it's kind of like the best Star Trek show in the last 20 years. Anyway,
It's quite good.
it's really good because like it's actually a very thoughtful and well written and well acted and all that stuff, but it also has like what if like normal people were on Star Trek, like everyone in Star Trek is like this paragon of like what humanity is supposed to be, but like Seth MacFarlane is the captain and he's just kind of a dude, like a regular Joe doing his job. But I bring it up because their substitute for a Vulcan is this artificial robot who is literally incapable of feeling emotion. And rather than it being like, oh, he's just extremely smart and therefore doesn't comprehend emotion, he can't, right? Because he has no like hormones and like
He is
real
not Data.
Yeah, he's got data. And I just picture Garber just being like, what is love?
Baby, don't hurt me.
No more.
Okay, can you access that under... Oh, it probably shouldn't be under NPCs. It should probably be under player characters. There you go.
It'd be like an item, I guess. Oh,
I just made
player
it a
character.
character for now. There you go.
That's simpler. Let's see.
I like how the Kragaton is still
Ink
in
blot.
the character list.
Yep.
That's the little dot on my hand.
As soon as you get out of the precinct, the dot on your hand begins to speak out loud. And it says, Meg, you really should have just killed that leprechaun, You really should have just took its soul and just not cared about it and then killed the little gremlin too.
Well,
Graya would have.
he puts his hand to like the side of his head like it's a cell phone. No, that would have put me in a lot more trouble.
Yeah, but it would have been cool though.
I suppose it would be.
You would have had an extra soul to deal with.
Yeah, it's true. No, I was warned not to fuck with the Fae. You know this. You're on my hand because of it. Why am I not questioning this? Who are you?
Is he saying this out loud?
Yes.
Yeah, it's just his palm is on the side of his head. He's tilting his head against it. He's just talking.
Graya just like slowly looks at him like,
You guys can hear his hand
Snoop?
talking too.
That's also very new.
Ah, yes, just now. Dude,
Is this familiar in any way?
Do we need to be worried about this?
I don't see why you should.
I just don't know very many people with talking hands.
Ah, now you know one, apparently. He just looks down at it.
Alex, this is totally normal, and you think that this may be some type of gift from whatever his god is.
Wow. Incredible.
I am going to start meditating again, I swear.
So I think the main benefit of this is going to be it using. So for one, you get devil lore, but
I wasn't aware there was a benefit.
yes,
I thought it was just gonna. Thank goodness there's something that comes with
I
it.
believe the main benefit is that it can assist you whenever you're doing anything into wisdom or charisma related. So it can potentially give you a +1 or potentially give you a -1.
Potentially a minus. Yeah, no, that's fair.
Your hand just screams, "Hey, dipshit!"
By the way, your hand is lawful evil. That's important to know.
Oh, I am lawful evil as well. Cool.
I mean, technically, we have done some very morally questionable things, but I don't think we've broken any laws, technically.
You've
I mean,
broken
we
no.
did
laws.
just break one.
I was gonna say no mortal human laws, no.
No one gives a shit about the Fey Law.
Well, from a legal perspective,
a
no.
little.
From a pragmatic perspective, very much.
Yeah, from a soul's perspective, like the debt is paid. They're not going to take our blood. They're not going to harm us, but they will prank us. So just we go along with it.
They will still be displeased with us.
They will target us specifically with pranks.
And these aren't the kind of pranks where it's like they put tape over the toilet seat and it's like, haha, funny when you had to go pee. It's like, we're going to try to cut your foot off. Haha, wouldn't that be a hilarious joke?
It depends on the Fae, I think.
Yep, it does.
So let's hope it's not a quick link.
Red Cap specifically would be, haha, I'm going to kill them and dip my hat in their blood.
Yeah, it's just a prank, bro.
I thought red caps needed the blood to stay alive. If their hat like dries out, they die.
If
they
it
do.
dries out, they have to kill somebody else and reapply it, or they get big penalties.
Mm.
Also, if they have freshly soaked to their cap, they get like a +4 to damage or something like that.
My God.
Yeah, it's fun stuff. I kind of wish one of these days we would get like, like a really good story about like, not fairy tales, but stories about fairies.
I will ask what your plan for the rest of the day is. But unless it's short, we'll probably end here. Talking to the dwarf couple, I guess, would be it.
Yeah.
I was gonna say that's what we intended to do before we had all this legal nonsense to deal with.
Legal nonsense.
Fey
apolo-
legal nonsense.
My apologies for startling you, by the way. I didn't realize we were indoors and the gun was much louder than I anticipated.
Gray just looks at Garm and goes, "What?"
Yeah, my ears are also still ringing. I was right next to it.
That's no problem, and she slaps him on the shoulder.
You probably would have got all the cops in the building rushing towards the room until the detective came out and was like, no, it's fine. fucking Fae stuff, guys.
Fucking Fae.
There were probably signs at both ends of the hallways that was like, beware Fae shit. We're gonna get back, and these dwarves are gonna be like, "Oh dear, it's good to see you. Would you like to stay for some pie?"
You ruined us. We're in debt.
It's not Pie Week.
Oh, yeah, Pie Week is coming soon. I hope maybe. Well, in a few months. It's not soon.
Okay, so as soon as you get up to their house, you notice
It's
They're-
been possessed.
there are people moving stuff out of their house. Yes, particularly the piano.
Or are they selling the piano?
Hey, a good piano goes for a good price.
I mean, that magic cloak alone was worth 77,000 gold. Then they could have just mortgaged their house for a small loan and worked to pay it off.
Mr. Gator will knock. And then poke his head in if the door is already open.
It is, yes.
Greetings.
Alex, roll me a D100.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
One.
I was going to say 1 or
Oh.
100.
Is their light still flickering? Oh, because Atticus has the torch. We turn that off.
Okay.
Oh, it's you. Have you come to rub it in even more
Did we
now that
say?
you've put us into debt?
Oh, I'm sorry. Is saving your immortal soul not something that you wanted us to do?
Atticus, give me a diplomacy.
Sure. Uh-oh.
Oh no. I don't think he has that skill.
I do have it, and it's not that bad. But I'm going to
Man.
use a hero
Oh.
point.
It's probably,
Yeah,
it's probably
good.
a good thing. I need to
Yeah!
see what this action is called. You probably just instantly turned them back to friendly, though.
Good.
They were like,
Because,
"Fuck you."
again, did very much keep them from turning into, well, not mindless, but very much,
Evil, cursed
evil
entities.
face-eating monsters for the rest of their entire lives.
Oh yeah.
Which-
How many people did you eat?
Not many.
What is this called? It's not make an impression. Oh, it is. 2 steps. So they go unfriendly, neutral, friendly.
Good.
That's amazing.
I guess you are right. I guess we should thank you for stopping us from becoming some type of freak monsters.
It's quite a lot like being poor, except you're also murdering people and functionally dead.
Yeah, it's got a point.
It is true. The gods probably would not have looked kindly upon our souls if that were to happen.
I don't imagine it would have ended well. That said, you've built all this up before. I'm sure you can do it again.
I like the piano sold.
Yes.
I thought the piano was like only 80, to be fair. How much is a piano?
That's a good question.
Don't know if A piano.
It would be musical
know if pianos
instrument
are sold.
large.
Let's see.
Even if it's a shitty piano, that's still probably in the neighborhood of like 10 gold.
If you can
7.
find something that's like a fixture of some kind.
If it's depends on the quality. If it's
Yeah.
just a heavy piano,
heavy
it's
piano,
only
yeah.
like 2 gold pieces.
What about a carillon?
Wow.
If it's virtuoso, then it's 100
It's
gold.
100.
I will say it's a virtuoso thing, just
Yay.
because they specifically were spending money on shit that makes them look more rich than they are. So.
That's fair. They even have change. Yay, we can get paid.
Oh no.
Well, that's what I was just looking at, because apparently I deleted the bodies. 'Cause I didn't put it on these guys, I put it on the actual enemies in case you guys were going to kill it, and then you could loot the bodies. Let me go to my tab of Japanese shit and see. Nope, I didn't put it on there by default. We know we promised you money, but we kind of need
To pay the clerics.
coin as of right now. So we can give you something else though. And they will gesture you to come over to the kitchen table and gather round.
They're gonna make us snacks.
Are you all going to be able to fit? I don't think you are. So one of them will stand to the side then. And meanwhile, I will look this up. I guess I'll delete this leprechaun corpse from the, from the closet.
Certainly they're not there anymore.
We should also probably get rid of the line from Abner flipping the table.
Yes, because I'm sure they flipped that back.
Yeah. I don't remember what the blue thing on the piano is either.
It was the cards.
Oh, yeah, the tarot or divination cards or whatever.
Okay, I think it was called a flask, yes. Is there a time on this? I don't think so. Oh, there is, because it's making an impression. And making an impression is like an hour or some shit, isn't it? 2 hours? Okay, no. They are just going to pour everyone a drink. Do you have to choose when you make this?
With at
Oh,
least
it's
one
whatever
color
you
set.
happen to like, in fact.
Ooh.
So, Abner, what type of drink would you like? The examples they give is wine, spirits, or hot ginger tea, ice cold water with lemon, etc.
Maybe I should make some of that.
Had to think about that for a second. Hold on.
Okay, how about Garmarum?
You know, he's probably never had a good drink. Only cheap ale and stuff. So he's going to make one of you pick for him. You know what? He's going to ask his hand what he should drink.
Brimstone.
I don't think it's an option. What's the closest thing to brimstone you've got?
Well, you wouldn't have to ask him. It would just, like, it senses what you like and it pours out with it. So.
Oh,
I have an
So,
idea.
molten
What if
sulfur?
we all had a drink first and let Garmarum take a sip, and then he gets his last? Maybe he'll like one
Okay.
of the things that we have.
That's true.
Yeah,
Alex,
that's a
what
good
would you
idea.
like?
Yeah, let's see what everyone gets.
I'm sorry, what?
What type of drink would you like?
Oh.
Swamp. No.
This
Let's
is a
go
nice
with a
little thought experiment
Saz-
of what your characters happen to like to drink.
Let's go with a Sazerac.
Excuse me?
I'll type it out.
Cognac or whiskey? You know what would be very in line with the setting? Sarsaparilla.
Sarsaparilla?
That's
How about Graya?
Fermented paro fruit.
How about Atticus?
Oolong tea with whiskey.
Back to Abner.
A spicy ginger beer.
Well, there you go, Garmarum. There's your options that you can steal from them.
Or have your own, of course.
Both of the inhabitants just go for wine because
So
again,
this thing-
cheap shit that makes it seem expensive.
it pours whatever it thinks you like. So he tries one of everyone's drink. And there's quite a difference between all the flavors.
I was gonna say, what was Graya's? Like
And it
rotten
fruit.
pow fruit?
Fermented-
It's a fruit wine derived from fruit that they stick in tree logs and let go bad.
Don't they like spit into a pit for this too, or something? Or am I mixing that with something else?
It's probably bad, but it's very, very what do you call it? Local?
So he tries one of everything. And the drink he pours out seems to be green and on fire. It's just absinthe with a bit more fruit, a bit more spice. He blows the fire out, and then he drinks it. And realizes,
Whoa.
oh goddamn, this is nice. Straight up absinthe. He offers to everyone, like, anyone to try it. Mine, it came out green.
Mr. Gator.
Would like to try it?
Sure.
It looks, I imagine, kind of like this. It's got the spoon.
Actually, now that I think about it, would he recognize absinthe? Is absinthe a normal drink in this setting?
Probably.
I think it is, yeah.
Okay,
It's
yeah,
just
then
Yeah.
he would totally recognize it then.
Yeah. It
it's
recognizes
just,
it as
wormwood alcohol.
I think so.
Yeah, and not toxic, not hallucinogenic at all.
Oh, that's the stuff they usually sell in stores that doesn't have the wormwood in it.
The
It's the
wormwood is
wormwood
also
stuff that does get it.
it's also
Huh?
just a myth that it does because it's in
Oh.
too little
Yeah.
of a concentration to do
Yeah,
that.
you would essentially have to drink like the barrel's worth in one sitting. And also, it was like a propaganda thing by wineries because absinthe was cheap and easy to make during a grape blight.
Yeah.
Kind of like how marijuana is illegal.
Damn.
When he blows out like the fire, the little bits of like vapor that rolls off it before disappearing is like makes little shapes of screaming skulls. It's like not a typical absinthe.
The souls of the damned.
Oh, that absolutely cannot be good to drink.
It's delicious, actually.
Well, we
Your head
can't.
does go on
We
fire
don't have
sometimes.
any money to give you, but he'll slam the flask down on the table. We can give you this for all that you've done.
I very much appreciate it. This is delightful.
Who wants to grab it so I can give it to somebody?
I feel,
Give it to one of them. Don't put it in my shit.
I feel
I'll
like
abuse-
could that be used for like alchemy stuff?
Yes, I want to drink sulfuric acid.
Alcohol, pure ethanol.
I mean, that would work, right? Am I wrong in like thinking this avenue?
I think it only pours what you want to drink. Like it figures your taste. I don't know if it wants you to like if you get
Like,
to pick,
yes,
hey, pure alcohol.
It's not like the alchemist jar or whatever.
Yeah.
I genuinely want to pour acid down my throat, and the jar is like, dude, get therapy.
Yeah, just to get acid resistance. Damn.
Test your esophageal might.
Well, here you go, Mr. Gator.
Oh my, should I try checking that now then?
I'll even give you a +1 to it, considering you've seen him use it.
Should I just roll it publicly or?
They're hidden, I think, because it's a recall knowledge. Anybody else can do this too, technically.
To what? Identify that it's a decanter?
Yes. Okay, Mr. Gator, you already got it.
Hey!
I can just click on this and then identify it, right? Yeah, there you go. Flask of Fellowship.
Oh my.
Chug jug of companionship.
This is a metal drinking flask, 4 inches in diameter, 10 inches tall. Its screw top is covered by 4 simple metal cups that nest together. Make an impression. If you share drinks from this flask as part of a make an impression check, the drink that pours from the flask happens to be exactly what the target of your efforts would most like to have a dram or two of.
Oh.
Wines, spirits, hot ginger tea, ice cold water with lemon, for example. +1 item bonus on diplomacy check.
Hell yes.
Right. If drinks are inappropriate for the occasion, if your target is absolutely not interested in sharing a drink with you. Yeah, okay, fair. Oh, they're entirely social. They won't intoxicate or alleviate serious thirst.
All right.
So this is just delicious.
Yep.
Yes, gotcha.
This is the friend spell, but without all the negative baggage.
Is there a
Yeah.
friend spell in this at all?
I don't know.
I don't think
Maybe.
there is. Or if there is, it's just a +1 again. It may just be
Alright,
the
then.
charmed condition in general that does that. Or fascinated.
Keep feeling fascination.
By the way, I think the thing you were thinking of with spitting in the alcohol was traditionally sake was produced by having maidens chew the pasted rice and spit it into the fermentation pots. They thought it added flavor.
I suppose it kind of does.
No, I could have swore that there was like a culture they would just dig a big hole, throw a bunch of like fruit, and then like spit into the pit, and then just kind of like cover the pit for a while.
I'm sure that also happened. I don't know specifically. I was just basing it on like Asian fruit wines, which were largely discovered by accident when people just left fruit in jars during the summer. And also monkey wine, which is where monkeys store fruit in hollow trees, for later. And of course, they're monkeys, so they fucking forget about it. And then they would come back later and go, "Oh, hey, there's fruit in here." Eat it and just get shit faced.
I love it.
Cassava beer, that's what it was.
Cassava beer.
Actually, there's quite a few occurrences of this phenomena.
Okay, so apparently human spit does contain chemicals that can help nurture the yeast necessary.
But yeah, so
Yeah,
it's
it was
Are you
booze.
telling me that spitting
There's
in
methods to
something introduces bacteria?
I mean, it's a nasty place, our mouths.
no matter how much I brush, I still get plaque,
Yeah.
which my dentist gives me flack for.
Doc,
How
my
dare
teeth are
you.
bleeding. You're not flossing enough. Anyway, yay. Now we have a flask of infinite alcohol. Does it have a limit? Like, is it like once daily or?
I don't think it does. Let me
No,
double
it
check.
doesn't mention it, so no.
Hey guys, I want to really make an impression. Let's have a party.
Well, it would be a +1 item bonus every time, so they don't stack.
Yeah.
No, but in theory, could you?
You really just want to have the booze, is really what you want, or the drink
Yeah.
that comes
This
out.
won't get you drunk, unfortunately.
Right, like, are we going to leave this unattended near a monkey?
It requires at least 2 people to function, so.
Who wants
Yeah.
to be a friend?
Me, Judge Gator, could you please pour me an extra shot? Just a shot.
Oh no, it's gunpowder.
Uh, I'll be the judge of that.
The party has become alcoholic.
Reminder, you can sell these for money or trade them for something
Or did you-
similar, of a similar price at a similar level if you'd like.
Okay, we'll keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Because I know you guys have a bunch of magic items now that are kind of just like random bullshit.
I like this random bullshit though. He's gonna take that shot and he's gonna go outside and pour one out for the dog he just shot.
I mean, I technically have a bunch of clues from different people that I haven't done anything with either.
Okay, Blue, how much of those are you gonna collect?
Well, we have 3 engraved obsidian gems. I still have the ring, the garnet ring for says for Reese. When we get some downtime, I think Atticus should take the silencer that I've been carrying around, so he can learn how
Alright.
to craft it.
Oh, yeah, that would be vital.
How much does it cost?
The silencer, it is, according to this, 1 silver piece.
Oh, there's
What?
something for Abner to keep in mind.
The thing about the silencer is it only works for like a single shot.
Yeah, but having them on hand to use them if you need. Well, it takes a minute to screw on, doesn't it?
It's fucking 30 silencers.
Yeah, it takes 1 minute to attach. So if you had a brace of pistols, each with a silencer attached, you could deliver quiet rain of death.
Okay, but part of me is curious because, okay, like silencer suppressors work generally by baffling the gases that escape and
It's
the...
magic.
Oh, okay. I was just like, if you fire a black powder gun, the black powder explodes outside of the gun.
Yeah, it's magic. Don't
What
worry
does-
about it.
What does a silencer do?
It says,
I was trying to link it in chat. I didn't know how to
Yeah.
do it, so I was pressing all the buttons.
can't believe you closed it on me.
A typical firearm explosion is comprised of 3 components: the thermal crack, the sonic crack, and the mechanical noise.
In physics, they're talking about snap, crackle, and pop.
For some
God
for some
damn it!
reason, I heard you reciting the fitness gram pacer test when you were reading that.
We're going for a similar vibe.
But yeah, so apparently they're made by the infamous Alkenstar Gunworks. Firearms equipped with a silencer only make a quiet noise when fired. Due to engineering constraints, a silencer can't be attached to any firearm with the scatter trait. Takes 1 minute and it's consumed the first time a shot's fired through it.
Does
So
it
there's no
disintegrate?
explanation on how it works.
It's used up, yeah.
It just disappears.
I imagine if we're gonna compare it to like a video game. Did any of you play Max Payne 3?
Nope, I've seen it, but I don't remember anything about it.
All right. Well, there's one level where Max makes a silencer out of a water bottle, and he like tapes it to the gun, and it only lasts for 3 shots.
Okay, well,
So something less stupid than that, but equally as
okay, no, but magic magic silencer. Okay, guy, that's all I need, because actually, I've fired lots of firearms, including some suppressed ones.
I mean, I've fired guns too, so yeah, I know
And it's
total BS, but all right.
The key point is that you get.
Well, did you fire it with subsonics?
If you have like a silencer in like subsonics, it'll be very quiet. But
so the friend of mine who actually took me shooting, and we did do some suppressed firearms. He had a suppressed revolver, which is very, very interesting, because the idea is you have to give the gases more time to decompress, or else they'll make a sonic crack or thermal crack. And a revolver has a gap in between the cylinder and the barrel that typically,
because it's got to rotate,
and that will allow gases to escape, so a revolver can't be perfectly silenced. Dub plays Hunt Showdown, and they have silenced revolvers, and it's fucking bullshit, because in order to silence a revolver,
one,
it's not complete bullshit, because the Nagant actually does have a slight interlock that forms a complete seal against the barrel.
It's
against
one pistol. Only that one pistol.
The revolver has to actually push the cylinder forward to be flush with the barrel. And I don't know. I don't know what kind of gun is in Hunt.
It's a
Nagant revolver.
Pistol. Yeah.
It's a real gun.
Yeah, the guy who took me shooting had, I don't know if it was a Nagant, but it was a modern suppressed revolver that had the mechanism to close the cylinder against the barrel every single shot. And he used subsonic. I think it was just like a 38 or 22 caliber. So it was like a, someone going. It was dumb.
Anyway.
Fair enough.
Also, suppressors should cost like 300 gold. Holy shit.
They're one and done. And we're fighting very complicated enemies.
I was going to say, if they're disposable, then...
What shall we be doing next week?
Yeah, so our plan for after we have swindled a dwarf couple out of their magic flask.
Not swindled. It's literally payment for a job we agreed to do.
I like it. It makes tasty drinks.
Swindling implies that we have taken this through some kind of deception.
All right, we're just that lovable.
So, I think, besides the psychic rats that we need to follow up on, as well as the mystery of the missing Greater Hatted Disguise, I think Mr. Gator would want to do another trawl through the public records, this time going through things like marriage licenses, court records for like any cases where a Scartoli was like a plaintiff, a witness, or a defendant. and other records like tax deeds or wills. But that's something to be later, and I'll post that in the chat so Dub can refer to it. Is there anything else we wanted to put on the radar?
Well, necromancers. They might be running the bank.
Keep an eye
Still need
out.
to check out the coin counters.
Yeah, coin counters. It might also be pertinent. This is more of a personal goal. If there are any more bounty boards where people need to die,
We're really going to have to talk about that soul thing.
There currently
find
is
it.
one, and it's the same one.
damn,
It's
no
still
use.
Buzzrit. Technically, the antiquarians have missing things.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
multiple
we could go
missing.
to one of the random ruins or something.
Yeah. But, you know, that could be dangerous.
Because going after the Scartoli family isn't, or the necromancers.
You know.
I should have played this song way earlier. The barn music from Caucus Bedford.
That's classic music right there.
I am the great mighty Pooh.
I guess I will stop the stream here, and we'll find out what happens next time.
Next time!
Next time, gadgets.